Ridgepoint assistant coach, and he knows a lot about the game, and he can make sense of some of the stuff that I might say that confuses you, the listener. Welcome in, Kovo.
Honored to be back, Roger. You know, we haven't been able to do this enough this year. I only got to see one 26A game this year. Unfortunately, have not seen my Panthers. You know, as former defensive coordinator, I still bleed a little bit of purple. But I'm so excited for this game. I mean, this is the matchup we've all been waiting for. And you mentioned Ridgepoint losing by 1 score to Atascocita last year. Beat them, I think, the year before, maybe 2 years before. So the Panthers are not intimidated seeing Atascocita across the front of the chest. Now, that's just one part of pulling off an upset, though. The Eagles are really, really good. So this is a game I cannot wait to see, Roger. I'm so happy to be back in the booth with you. And we will have a lot to talk about as far as these two defenses because their track record is truly amazing. But first, we're going to start with the Equitable Advisors Countdown to Kickoff show. And we'll have a visit first with Coach Rick LaFavors of the Panthers because Ridgepoint tonight is the visiting team here at the Berry Center. And I guess officially it's FCU Stadium, but more people know it as the Berry Center. So that's what I'm saying, and I hope I don't get thrown out of here by the wonderful, fine folks here at the Cy-Fair ISD Athletics Administration. This exclusive VipeFortBend.com web radio presentation of playoff football is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity Mobile, the best-kept secret in wireless. By First Tire and Auto, 4 great Fort Bend County locations where you get the best prices on tires and anything your vehicle needs to run at its very best. Visit FirstTireandAuto.com. By Next Level Urgent Care, more than 30 Greater Houston locations including Sugar Land, Sienna, Longmeadow, Greatwood, and 4 locations in Katy. From OW to WOW, Next Level Urgent Care has you covered. By Archer Volkswagen, open since 1956 and ready to serve you. Archer Volkswagen is on Highway 59 South, just inside the Sam Houston Tollway, and you will feel like family at Archer Volkswagen. By the Needville Insurance Agency, put hundreds, if not thousands of dollars back in your pocket when the Needville Insurance Agency team shops all those insurance carriers to find the lowest rate for car, home, and flood insurance. Call Bradley Stavanaugh at 979-793-7411 or click needvilleinsurance.com. And Equitable Advisors. It's never too early or too late to get with Nick Arevalo and Equitable Advisors to create that smooth, soft landing into a wonderfully comfortable retirement. Check out Equitable Advisors, and we'll be right back with trash-talking cheerleaders, ladies first, to lead off the Countdown to Kickoff show. We'll be right back.
Equitable Advisors financial professionals know the path to a fulfilling future begins with getting to know who you are and what matters to you most. They work with people as individuals. That's how they deliver on their mission, just like Nick Arevalo, CFP. Talk to your local Equitable Advisor financial professional at 281-712-8777 or visit nickarevalo.com. That's NICKAREVALO.com. Together, you and my friend Nick can plan a future that reflects all of who you are. Equitable Advisors, LLC, New York, New York, member FINRA SIPC, investment advisory through Equitable Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. CFP is a certification mark owned by the Certified Financial Planner Board of Standards, Incorporated. This mark is awarded to individuals who successfully complete the CFP Board's initial and ongoing certification requirements.
We're the Ridgepoint Cheerleaders. Don't it feel good to be a Panther? Our boys feasted on turkey yesterday to fuel up for this one, but we don't eat leftover turkey. We're about to chow down on fresh eagle meat. They knocked us out last year, but, well, we're gonna be old ladies before that happens again. Welcome to Black Friday on VipeFortBend.com. Coach LaFavors is next on the Countdown to Kickoff show. Go Panthers!
Welcome back, everybody. This is the Equitable Advisors Countdown to Kickoff show, and it's a Atascocita and Ridgepoint meeting for the 3rd straight year in this 3rd round of the playoffs. Rick LaFavors, head coach of the Panthers. I want to talk about your defense. You've had 3 shutouts, and your points allowed per game is very low. The only teams that really ran up impressive totals were Westlake and also Tompkins in the first round of the playoffs. What's the secret to your defense?
It starts with just speed. We got great length, great speed, and guys just play hard. They're very physical. Coach Allen and his staff do a tremendous job of getting guys in the right spots and taking advantage of their skill sets. And the guys are really bought into, they're called the black shirts, and it's definitely a sense of pride playing on that side of the ball for Coach Allen. And again, we got a lot of good athletes that can run and got some length to them too.
It's always great to find an identity, and you gave them those black shirts name. So was that, I know Nebraska did that under Tom Osborne, and is that basically the type of style you want to emulate?
Same. Something just that they can kind of take some pride in. Obviously, the Nebraska defense was the originator of it, but it's something that we did back at Lamar as well, and the kids, like black, and they get black jerseys, and if you're a starter, you get a black jersey, and so it just kind of took off from there, and has really kind of grown and to where there's a standard now, and that's what you love to see.
Every once in a while, as a layman, I make little observations. Sometimes I turn them into questions. And, of course, every coach, including yourself, is too nice to tell me when I ask a stupid question. But I've been impressed by what I've seen from Atascocita's punter. There just aren't that many guys who can really bomb the football in the punting game. What kind of strategy do you have knowing that they're going to be kicking some deep ones?
One, field the ball. That's the biggest thing, is just safe field position. I think tonight can be, when you get in these late rounds, protecting the ball and taking advantage of field position is critical. So just making sure that we catch the ball and field it. We know he's going to boom it. We'll pick our spots to put some pressure on him, hopefully. But we got two great returners back there in Ashton Bethel and Nick Thomas, and hopefully we can give him some space to work and do some things.
All right, we wish you the best of luck tonight, no matter how long it takes, as Mother Nature is intervening, and we're not going to get this one started on time, but so be it, as long as we can walk out of here with a win, hopefully before midnight.
Amen, amen.
All right, thank you, Coach LeFevers, and we will be back, and we will talk to Craig Stump, head coach of the Atascocita Eagles, and it's going to be a great game as soon as we get it started. If we get it started. No, I'm sure we will. We'll be back on VipeFortBend.com.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, not up the stairs. We tried that last time. No. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Equitable Advisors Countdown to Kickoff show. It is Ridgepoint and Atascocita in the third round of the playoffs, and here to introduce himself and the rest of the officiating crew is our referee.
Rocky Marcinelli. I'll be the referee for tonight's great game. Umpire will be Kyle Piercefield. Head linesman will be Jeff Kimmel. Line judge will be Reggie Pankern. Back judge will be Keith Murchison. Field judge will be Nick Stanzill. Side judge will be Erskine Lightfoot, and our alternate is Jamar Jones.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Next Level Urgent Care supports Fort Bend County sports and supports you whenever Next Level Urgent Care supports Fort Bend County sports and supports you whenever you're hurting. Next Level is here for the community, open 7 days a week, 9 till 9, for you and your family at more than 30 Greater Houston locations, including Sugar Land, Sienna, Greatwood, Longmeadow, and 4 in Katy. From OW to WOW, Next Level Urgent Care has you covered. And if you're short on time, Next Level has an app to get you in line right away. Just text NLUC APP to 313131 for Next Level Urgent Care.
Welcome back to the Equitable Advisors Countdown to Kickoff show, and the Atascocita Eagles are the home team tonight. So our last part of our Countdown to Kickoff show is a visit with Craig Stump, head coach of the Eagles. And Coach, let's talk about this rivalry I think that's developing. You meet these guys at the same stage of the playoffs. They've won one. You've won one last year. So how would you characterize this rivalry?
We don't see each other a whole lot. You know, it's one thing if you play district and things like that. So, but yeah, I mean, it's they won 2 years ago. We won this year. Just we keep meeting here in the third round. I think that means it's two good programs.
I know we, meaning people that are in media and stuff like this, we usually give too much credit and too much blame to quarterbacks and talk about them too much, but they do handle the ball just about every offensive play. And Zion Brown has basically got a whole season under his belt. How would you describe his development and his talent?
Yeah, I think his talent is there for sure, and I think his development is coming along with, from the shoulders up, about playing the position of quarterback. His talent is going to be there. He's got a strong arm, he's athletic, he's fast, he's smart. And so knowing situations and knowing different things like that, he's coming along really well.
I remember you well as a quarterback for the Aggies, and I know you had some great coaching under Jackie Sherrill and his assistants. Is there anything from way back when that you had as a player that you can share with him and make him a better player as a quarterback right now?
Yeah, I think just understanding anticipation and timing and the responsibility of keeping a level head. Quarterbacks, it's one thing, you can play this game with emotion, but you can't be emotional. You're going to have bad plays. They're going to make plays on you. You're going to have good plays, and it's just about being a competitor and not letting that get out of whack to where it affects your performance. And so I think he's done a good job with that.
And your offense is well known, always productive, scoring a lot of points, getting a lot of yards. But this year your defense has just been out of this world. There have only been 3 games where you gave up double-figure points, I think, and 4 shutouts. What's been the key, and who are the players that most contribute to the devastating defense?
Well, I think it starts with our nose guard, Samu Taumapepe, and he's a big man in there, and it kind of forces people to do different things, maybe run wider than they want to. And if he can do a good job in the middle, it helps the skill guys on the outside. We have some seniors that play fast, and I think the main thing we're doing is playing fast, and we're tackling really well.
We appreciate your time, Coach Stump. You've been in the game a long time. I think you're universally respected and almost universally loved. How about that?
Right, yeah, I'm sure that's true.
All right, we'll get the game kicked off here in a moment. That's Craig Stump of Atascocita. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
This has been the Equitable Advisors Countdown to Kickoff show, and we're back at the Berry Center, also known as FCU something. Anyway, Cy-Fair has a deal with the credit union. We'll be back. James Kovaleski and Roger Smith on a slightly rainy, it could be off and on rainy night here in Cy-Fair. Glad you're with us.
First Tire and Automotive heard you were starting your holiday shopping earlier this year, so the season of giving starts now. $20 off brake pad service. Since you will be traveling more, check out the Back on the Road fluid check specials and tire specials. Yes, First Tire and Automotive has those too. Your holiday savings start now. Check out the website firsttireandauto.com for details and to book your appointment today. First Tire and Automotive with 4 convenient locations in Sugar Land and Cinco Ranch. firsttireandauto.com.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in Texas. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the UIL and the Texas High School Athletic Directors Association.
Football fans, you don't want to miss the UIL State Football Championship experience at Cowboys Stadium in Arlington in December. Come out for an action-packed 4 days, Wednesday the 14th through Saturday, December the 17th, and witness the best teams in each division battle it out in the final games of the season. Tickets and all tournament pass information can be found at uiltexas.org. Covo, we've got several teams, dozens and dozens of teams who think they can get there to Arlington for that week before Christmas and play for the championship. Right here we've got Atascocita and Ridgepoint, and I'm just blown away by what I see as far as the defensive records of both teams, because the Panthers, they've won 10 straight. They've had 3 shutouts. Their points per game allowed is 13.25, and about half of their point total came in the games against Westlake, where they gave up 44 way back in August. And they played Tompkins and gave up 33 in the first round of the playoffs. Pretty much everything else has been either a shutout or single-digit points. And Atascocita has 4 shutouts. They allow 8.7 points per game. So who's got the better defense? Do you have any kind of insider's information?
That's a really good question, and I've been very close, intimately associated with the Ridgepoint defense as the former defensive coordinator, and then after I left, Jimmy Hammond took over, and so you really basically saw a mirror image of what we've been doing. Jimmy was so invested in that, but now as time has gone on, you've seen that Ridgepoint defense morph to where they're taking that Mike linebacker, Taylor Davis, and kind of moving him back more like he's a safety. I've called games with you in the past where I've just marveled at his versatility, and so I'm really curious to see what the new evolution is of the Ridgepoint defense and see what it is they're running out there. But as far as looking at which team has the better resume, if you do enjoy that kind of stuff, you definitely need to go on YouTube and search for H-Town Pick'em. That is a show that I do host, and Roger Smith has been one of my guests. I think he picked around 60%, so he's one of our excellent guest pickers. But we picked this game, so you can go on YouTube, you can find our picks. But as far as strength of schedule, Roger, definitely in district play, I think nobody's going to argue 21-6A is tougher than 26A.
No doubt about that.
So I think Humboldt Atascocita has been more tested in district play. Now, I think Rick LaFavors did the best that he could do to load up that schedule. I mean, look at driving to Austin Westlake for the first game. I mean, you can't get much tougher. You can't get really any tougher than that. Had Dickinson in round 2. So Coach LaFavors has done his best to offset that strength of schedule issue inside of district play. But, yeah, both teams definitely battle-tested.
Well, no question about that. And you think about Atascocita, if they hadn't played Summer Creek, Katy, and North Shore, think about what their point total would be. They'd be averaging about 3 points allowed per game. So, by the way, if you care about rankings, Ridgepoint did not make the final Dave Campbell top 25 that was released November 7th after the regular season was over. So the only other teams from Region 3 of Class 6A Division I who are in the top 25 still playing, you got North Shore, who awaits the winner of this one, Atascocita, and the Ridgepoint Panthers. Cy-Fair dropped out last week, and so we know that North Shore beat Cinco Ranch today, and so the Mustangs probably sent a bunch of their coaches over here to check out the game. And I guess, is there anything else insightful that we can say about either of these clubs before we get the game kicked off?
Well, when we were looking on H-Town Pick'em to make our picks last week, the one common opponent is Dickinson. Both of these teams played Dickinson, and both those games were shutouts. However, they didn't play out the same way.
Yeah.
Ridgepoint was shut out 14-0 by Dickinson, and Atascocita shut out Dickinson. I believe it was like 37-0.
Yeah.
So obviously that's a – if the college football committee was doing this right now, I mean, that's a big point for Atascocita. But it's really hard to compare scores. Every football game is unique, especially if the introduction of this weather – that's going to really impact. And I always feel like weather is the great equalizer to where it's going to make the game closer. And it's going to favor the underdog to make it more of a game. And also, that game for Ridgepoint against Dickinson, that was in week 2. That's a long time ago.
Almost 3 months ago.
Yep.
And at that point, Ridgepoint really didn't have its quarterback situation figured out. They found that Austin Carlisle has what it takes, and he has simply gotten better and better every week. And when they really needed him to make plays and carry them to victory in the double overtime win against Tompkins, he came through. However, last week he threw 2 interceptions while his team was in the red zone. And Atascocita is so tough to score on, he just can't make those kinds of mistakes when Ridgepoint gets on the lip of the cup and has a chance to score. Both teams have run out onto the field, and we'll take one more break and be back, and we'll see the ceremonial coin toss with Rocky Marcinelli, our referee tonight. And we're only going to get started about 35 minutes late. So
I can't help every time I hear Rocky Marcinelli, I feel like you're about to say Rocky Marciano.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, one of the great heavyweights.
Well, he can take a verbal punch, that's for sure. We'll be back.
Hello, I'm Gary Horn with Horn Solutions. We agree with energy analysts that the energy market has stabilized. We anticipate significant merger and acquisition activity. Good resources are scarce. Horn Solutions is positioned to assist you in accounting, finance, IT, and supply chain. Our staff can assist you with outsourcing, or we can supply you with resources to join your staff. Visit hornsolutions.net for details.
Gary Horn is a highly successful businessman who has made a huge impact in people's lives, and he loves what he does for a living. That's a big reason why Gary Horn and Horn Solutions support Get a Great Gig. Get a Great Gig is a free job search consultation service that will help you find a job you love, whether it's to make more money or get personal fulfillment in the career of your choice. Email them at getagreatgig@gmail.com or on Twitter at getgreatgigs.
Hey, Fort Bend County fans, this is Bradley Stavenall with Needville Insurance Agency.
Bradley is my insurance man. He can save you hundreds, if not thousands of dollars every year on your car insurance, home insurance, or flood insurance, or all three like he did for me. And Bradley, you are as Fort Bend County as they come, right?
That's right, 4th generation here in the Needville area in Fort Bend County, taking care of folks over here for over 100 years here in Fort Bend County.
You can give him a call, you can go online, or he'll even come see you at the Needville Insurance Agency. Give him the number, Bradley.
979-793-7411.
Archer Volkswagen showroom is open, and our team's excited to help you. Visit our sales department Monday through Saturday from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Or bring your car in for service from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. We're closed on Sundays to rest and recharge with our families, so we can serve you well through the week. We hope to see you soon.
We see all you do to get work done, whether it's keeping your office clean or redesigning your space for 3 or 300. Our business is to keep business going. Buy online and pick up in store, or get free next business day shipping at Office Depot, OfficeMax, and OfficeDepot.com.
By the way, we want to thank the folks at Office Depot, Southwest Freeway at Williams Trace in Sugar Land. They take care of business every day so we can bring you Fort Bend County sports every week. And as far as the football season goes, it's the Marshall Buffs, and if they win tonight, the Ridgepoint Panthers. So how about Archer Volkswagen keys to victory for the Ridgepoint Panthers?
Well, you know, to me, in a situation like this with the weather, I think the key to pulling off an upset, and I will say Ridgepoint would be the underdog in this kind of situation, although they don't think they are. They like it when people paint them as the underdog. I will definitely say that, knowing those coaches so well. It's winning the turnover battle, in my opinion. Like I always tell that story when I was at Aldine, we were a 2-8 team. One of those 2 wins, we beat a playoff team. We beat Nimitz in a rain-soaked game on a Saturday afternoon. The way that we did it was they were putting the ball on the turf. We were diving on it. We protected the football, so we won the turnover battle by 3 or 4, and then we won the penalties. We would do our trademark Ridgepoint shift on the D-line, and they were jumping off sides over and over and over again. And so we won the penalties and won the turnovers. I think that's what Ridgepoint needs to do to keep this thing to where they're in striking distance, is just protect the ball. Like you said, Carlisle can't have those kinds of picks in the red zone like he did last week, and then they need to make sure they play a clean game by avoiding penalties. Atascocita on the flip side, I mean, it's a similar script because Ridgepoint, you may say they're underdog, but they're a very strong one. I mean, I feel like it's fairly even in terms of talent. And so to me, for Atascocita, you want to limit the big strikes. Ridgepoint does have the kind of offense where they can strike in a heartbeat. And so if you're Atascocita, you just don't want to limit that, right? You want to make them snap it, make them snap it, make them snap it, make them win, toe-to-toe, in a heavyweight battle and not on one big play.
Sounds like a good one. And I will tell you that Ridgepoint has been committing some penalties that are kind of a lack of discipline, and we haven't usually seen that from Coach LeFevor's types of teams. So Atascocita won the toss, but they defer. Ridgepoint will receive at the, I'm gonna say, the end of the stadium that looks like a palace, where they have the beautiful convocation center over there. And
right.
Well, it's a really, really nice place.
Well, the other side looks like a palace, too, because it's Daktronics video board. So it's kind of the Taj Mahal of video boards.
I love that, yeah. And they're advertising brisket sandwiches
that
nice. Are
we
served
dinner.
not from a restaurant, but the Berry Center itself.
Very well done.
They have a very good culinary program. So the Eagles' defense is going to be out there first. We've already talked about them, but they have 14 interceptions and 9 fumble recoveries. They've allowed 204 yards per game. That's pretty stingy. The Ridgepoint offense is strong, but not prolific. 363 yards per game. And these two teams, is just about anybody, you somewhat go back to the basics in the postseason.
Yeah, Roger, in yesteryear, some of the games I've done to you in past years, I remember as a young kid, Ezel Jolly immediately caught my eye. And I know now he's a senior running back. And so, again, in the playoffs, when you have a workhorse running back that you can just hand it off to and count on, that's a difference maker as well. So I'm really curious to see how Ezel Jolly does tonight.
Parker Cushing kicks off for Atascocita. Mason Dossett is deep to receive it. He takes it 1 yard deep in the end zone and comes up the field. Gets across the 10, the 15, runs into a bunch of tacklers and powers across the 20 to the 22. And that's where Ridgepoint is going to start off on the tackle on special teams. Jaden Dukos for Atascocita.
Pretty cool. I feel like the entire offense is huddled around Coach LeFevor's and his staff right now. You know, not just the 11 that are going in, like the entire offense is there. And I've been seeing a lot of that at Ridgepoint where they're huddling together. They all stood together at the 50-yard line, moments before the kickoff. And I think that they're really inspired for this moment. So I just can't wait to see the energy they come out and play with.
Ezel Jolly, whom Kovo mentioned, has 150 carries for more than 1,000 yards and 20 touchdowns this season. And Austin Carlisle is the quarterback as they scrimmage from the 21-yard line. Fake handoff. Carlisle throwing a flag route to Dossett. He's got it. No, it slipped through his hands. He's very upset with himself. And Atascocita got away with one. That would have been a gain of 30-plus yards. And it was a really nicely thrown ball by Austin Carlisle.
Okay, so Atascocita coming out in your basic 3-4 quarters defense. Ridgepoint came off a little token fake in the backfield, and that was a flag route. So just going up the field, then breaking out at a 45-degree angle. They took a shot of Dossett right off the bat. You're right. My first time laying eyes on Carlisle, he throws a really pretty football. That was right in there. And, again, the weather rearing its head, that's normally a catch in dry conditions for Dossett.
He's giving some hand signals that move Dossett to the right side of the formation. Now he goes in motion to the left. Carlisle rolls out, and he throws it for Dossett on the run. Got it. 40, 45, 50 into Atascocita territory. Gets two hands on the ball, and he's hit from behind, and he's got a first down at about the 45-yard line.
Roger, you're so right. You saw it. He put his hands on the ball. That was one of our keys to victory, and I think Coach LeFevor's has been hammering that in these rainy conditions. Ball security is paramount. You saw Mason Dossett protect the football there at the end of that run.
Indeed, they respotted the ball. It's at the 46, 1st and 10, and there is a give going to the right. It is Quincy Drummer. Actually, there's Quincy Drummer and there's Wesley Drummer, and I often get them mixed up. Number 20 is Wesley. Okay, I ought to know that. My second son's name is Wesley.
You know, Roger,
it's a short gain, or actually it's a 2-yard loss, 2nd and 12.
The one way that you can tell how a defense is approaching of an offense is how wide do you play your outside linebackers versus two receivers. Atascocita is playing them tight. So what that's telling me is Atascocita says, beat us by throwing. And you saw that in the first two plays.
So they're daring Carlisle to throw. Now he rolls to the left. Here comes the rush. He's hit, and he's down at the 49-yard line. That's a big loss. A loss of 17 yards, and it's going to set up a 3rd down and forever for these Ridgepoint Panthers. And by the way, the numbers on Carlisle throwing before this game, 116 out of 197. That's 1,742 yards, 16 touchdowns with 4 picks, but 2 of them were last week against Lamar. Make it 3rd down and 22. Carlisle does have time. He throws, and it's in and out of the hands of Gabriel Bro and almost intercepted. on the near sideline, and then it went into the hands of Cameron Phoenix, the cornerback for Atascocita. He couldn't hold it, and it's going to be time to punt with Zach Barger.
And I just wonder if that bro is related to Dylan Bro. I mean, there have been many a bro walk the halls of Ridgepoint High School. Lynn Bro was actually one of our secretaries up in the front office. She was awesome. Her husband was a longtime equipment manager for Rice football. So I don't know the relation there. I've kind of lost touch, but I wonder if there's a bro relationship there.
Well, there's a staff member who works with Robin Roberts with the cheerleaders, and she is Gabriel's mom.
Oh,
no
okay.
relation to Lynn, though.
No relation, okay.
Barger punts. It's a tail dragger. Bounces inside the 20 and recovered at the 11-yard line. Back to receive it for Atascocita was Braylon Conley, and he was just trying to make sure it didn't roll to the 5 or even closer.
Can I air one qualm I've had of my good friend and mentor, Coach Sniffen? Sure. You'll probably want to hear this. Coach Sniffen knows forgotten more football than I could ever know, but the one schematic thing that I kind of disagreed with, a lot of times Coach Sniffen would not have returners back. He wanted to ensure that we got the ball back, there was no muffed punt, make sure we stopped the fake. But what happened a lot of times is the ball, with no returner, the ball would take long bounces and we'd sacrifice field position. That's why, even though that was risky for the returner there to dive on that, I kind of liked that move. You know, you'd get it at the 10 instead of inside the 5.
Indeed, they have it right at the 10, and Zion Brown takes the spread formation snap, gets the ball out of his hands quickly, but he throws an incompletion as he was trying to deliver to T.C. Lee. He's got a first name Kyron, K-Y-R-A-N, but he goes by T.C.
So, Roger, you've been watching these games all year. Mason Dossett plays both ways? Is he out there at corner as well? Is that
he has been out there at cornerback in late game situations, but never this early in the game.
Interesting.
Second down and 10 after the incompletion. Brown throws to the left side again. Got a completion. Got a gain of about 14 yards. Quickly delivering to Darrell Gill, and that's a first down. Think of First Tire and Automotive for all your car care needs. Check them out at firsttireandauto.com. They spot it at the 25, so it's a 15-yard pickup.
Keep your eye on that number 27, Taylor Davis. I mean, kind of in the lineage of a Chad Bailey, Ridgepoint has often had a guy that's just that guy.
He is that
Taylor
guy.
Davis this year.
No question about it. 3-man defensive front for Ridgepoint with a backer on the right side creeping in. Now they run the football pretty much straight up the middle, and it's a nice gain of about 6 as they get a great push from the forward wall. The offensive lineman for Atascocita, Connor Sullivan, Austin Simmons, Luis Garza, Christian Cruikshank, and Nathaniel Kibble. Second down and 4.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, it's a little different because in the games I've seen before, Taylor Davis was kind of playing hybrid linebacker safety. Now he's a true safety.
Second down and 4 from the 31. Brown fakes a handoff, throws a little swing pass to the near side. Check down, big gain across the 50 and to the 48-yard line. He gets it to Justin Montgomery, and that's a first down again, and Atascocita might start playing a little faster.
Yeah, Ridgepoint needs to if I was, they're kind of walking back to the huddle a little bit. I mean, you need to get ready because, Atascocita is primed to go fast here soon.
You don't want to be wondering where you should line up when the ball gets snapped. From the Ridgepoint 48, Brown drops straight back, has time, near sideline throws, and that's going to be caught, but it can't be a completion because he took 2 or 3 steps out of bounds.
That's right.
And he, being T.C. Lee, incomplete pass, second down and 10.
That's where Taylor Davis did a good job being physical on the route. And, he definitely was out of bounds. The official's going to talk it over, but.
Well, there's no question that he just went out of bounds and came back in. He was not forced out of bounds. J.J. Davis of Ridgepoint, number 22, he's the cornerback. He was kind of talking with the officials. By the way, the numbers on Brown, 2,400 passing yards this year, 25 TDs, and he's also carried for 735 yards and 7 rushing touchdowns. Empty backfield, second down and 10.
It's still a 3-man front there for Ridgepoint. Kind of as they've traditionally have done. There's great Kalu.
DK Kalu blew that one up. They handed it off to Torrey Blaylock, and he was hit at the line of scrimmage. He managed a yard, but it'll be third down and 9.
Yeah, Cedric Allen, the defensive coordinator, is a TCU alum like Rick LaFavors, and the thing I've really always enjoyed about watching his games, he has a lot of nuance to his defense. There's a lot of different looks, whereas, in my day and Jimmy Hammond's day, we were a little more of kind of playing a base, and it kind of looked the same more so. I love the creativity out of Coach Allen.
See if Ridgepoint brings some extra pass rush. Brown steps up, throws. He's got a man wide open and dropped it inside the 25. In and out of the hands of Darrell Gill.
Well,
both teams have gotten away with a drop on, when they left someone open for a big gain in the passing game.
It's when these footballs are wet, it's like the weight of it increases, and it just kind of hits your hands and will just continue to follow through. And it's hard. Now, both teams have faced it. And, again, that's part of the keys to victory. Just like not fumbling, it's also securing those catches. Make sure you secure the catch before you turn upfield.
Zachary Emmerich is a great punter. He can bomb the football. Puts his foot into it. And it's Ashton Bethel Roman who lets it roll, but it's going to die at the 1-yard line. Down there nicely by Torrey Blaylock, and he was kind of, what would Coach Sniffen say if he was here right now because Ashton Bethel Roman did not catch the punt?
Yeah, I think Coach Sniffen would be, the vein would be coming out of his forehead, he'd be upset. Because here you go, you're starting this drive at the 1-yard line. This is what I call a danger zone. I mean, you got an aggressive, physical, especially the type of physicality that Atascocita has up front. You have a good chance of getting a safety if you don't play your cards right here. So Ridgepoint's going to have to proceed very cautiously here on this first play.
Samu Tuamana-Pepe is a run stuffer extraordinaire. He's the nose tackle for Atascocita. Ridgepoint's got to be careful. 1st and 10 from their own 1-yard line. Give to Ezel Jolly, looking for daylight. There's not much there. I think he's stonewalled for a gain of nothing, and Tuamana-Pepe was in there with the tackle.
Yeah, I gained maybe a half yard or so, but I still find that to be a positive play. To me in these kinds of situations, if you can get out of here with a great punt, that's a win, And, of course, you want to get the first down, but, you just don't want something catastrophic to happen. So good on Ridgepoint to not get a tackle for loss here in this situation.
And they did get it out to the 2-yard line, so it was a gain of 1. 2nd down and 9, spread formation. Carlisle to pass from the end zone. Gets it out of his hands, and it's incomplete. Almost caught by Bethel Roman. Carlisle threw it into double coverage beyond the 30-yard line, but Bethel Roman actually almost kind of bobbled it and pulled it in. Very close. I think we're going to see a lot of near great catches tonight.
And that's the thing. I was going to say that the quarterback, Carlisle, he doesn't seem affected by the weather. He's really putting some balls on the money with nice velocity, nice rotation. Both quarterbacks are. It's more the receivers are struggling, and so it makes me wonder if the teams are going to maybe start changing the area that they're attacking through the air.
6:34 to go in the first quarter, and neither team with a score on the board. Up the middle, Ezel Jolly. They played it pretty conservatively, and he bangs forward for a pickup of 3, and now it'll be time to punt on 4th and 6.
Yeah, I just feel kind of remember that wheel route that Mason Dodd caught early in the game? That's a route where the ball is kind of falling down at you, not coming at you. And I think at least where these conditions are right now and the quality of the balls at this moment, those are going to be a lot easier to catch, a lot higher percentage, because these routes down the field with a little more velocity, the receivers on both sides have struggled tonight.
Zach Barger to punt for the second time. He's about 2 yards from the end line. It's a low snap, but he gets it out of there. It was almost blocked, and it bounces just beyond the 20. It's not going to be a very long punt, but the important thing was just make sure it doesn't get blocked, and it dies at the 35. So a 30-yard punt with no return, down by Ridgepoint's Austin Gunter. And a short field coming up for Atascocita. Ridgepoint's defense will have to rise up. Zion Brown was kind of basically a raw rookie last year, but he led these Eagles to victory over Ridgepoint and put an end to the season.
Man-to-man coverage, Roger.
Taylor Davis following a receiver, and it's a quick pass that is dropped. One of those that was going to a receiver who was still a yard behind the line of scrimmage, and Darrell Gill dropped it. That's his third drop already.
Yeah, I think it's the conditions, you know. I mean,
I'm not ripping on the young man, but it is three already.
A factor. Yeah, it's becoming a factor. And so I think you might see Atascocita also try to just test the run. I mean, they have a huge offensive line. And so early in the game, and they got a little bit of a surge, so I wouldn't mind seeing them run the ball if I'm the offensive coordinator.
Will Ridgepoint bring some linebackers? Brown is going to keep it. Bounces outside, but a nice secure tackle by Cortez Nichols to limit it to a gain of, I'm going to say, 1.
Yeah, maybe 2 or 3. But, I mean, you're right. I mean, that was a great job there by Nichols. Just couldn't quite get the double team up to the linebacker. But there is a surge. You know, I do think Atascocita should continue to pepper in runs here, but they're really explosive wherever they go with it, to be honest.
3rd down and 7. 3 receivers on the left side of the formation, ball on the right hash. Brown gets it out of his hand quickly. Swing pass, got the first down yardage. Very simple play that they've been running repeatedly. T.C. Lee makes the catch and kind of runs a 45-degree angle toward the sideline, knowing where the stick is. And that's a first down. Think of First Tyrant Automotive for all your car care needs. Check them out at firsttyrantauto.com. 1st and 10 at the 23.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, I think it might, you know, we're always taught to catch with our hands. In these conditions, I kind of like how Lee let that come into his chest a little bit to cradle it.
Yeah, I know that a lot of coaches just say, always catch the ball with your hands. But sometimes there are some conditions that warrant doing it a different way. And now we're going to have a false start penalty on Atascocita. D.K. Kalu came straight through, but it's because there was a twitch among one of the interior linemen for Atascocita. And it's hard to miss that because, as Kovo said, they are a huge offensive line. First down and 15. Brown trying to draw Ridgepoint off. Now play fake, drops straight back. Holds onto the ball, throws a post pattern deep. It's up in the air. Is it caught? Wow. Yes, it's caught for a touchdown. The first catch of the game for Kyron Pate. He's a sophomore, and he gets Atascocita on the board.
What a throw and catch. I can't wait to see the replay on this one. But Taylor Davis saw that all the way. Taylor Davis came over from his free safety position. He flashed in front of the ball. I thought he was going to have a chance to make a play on it, get an interception, but just not quite able to. And he was a little slow getting up, so that's something to keep an eye on.
Swing and gate formation. Will Atascocita try to score a 2-pointer off this one, or will they move all those linemen who are beyond the far hash mark back to the ball?
Yeah, they're counting to see how Ridgepoint adjusts. And Ridgepoint, I always feel like the first thing you got to stop is the middle. Ridgepoint did a good job defending the middle, so I think that's what caused Atascocita to come back and just kick it.
All right, so ready to kick the extra point is Yusuf Ibrahim. His kick is up, and his kick is good. With 4:47 to go in the first quarter, Atascocita leads Ridgepoint 7-0. We'll be back on ViteFortBend.com.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, now up the stairs. We tried that last time. Run away. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months,
all
regular
right,
rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
We're back. Mason Dossett muffed the kickoff near the 10-yard line. He picked it up and only returned it for a couple of yards. And I'm not really sure where they're spotting it. I guess they're spotting it at the 12.
Yeah, this is a big danger zone again for Ridgepoint. Another drive starting in deep in their own territory. This is the danger part when you're playing these really good teams is I feel like if you can weather this drive and get some success, it's like taking the first punch in a prize fight, right? Like, but this is the point where Atascocita puts opponents on the turf. So Ridgepoint's got to find a way to power through and get a first down.
Give to Ezel Jolly, running right. Not much there. He gets behind his right guard, but there were a lot of navy blue jersey Atascocita Eagles providing a push going the other way. No gain, 2nd and 10.
You know how I've been talking about how I think Atascocita should not forget about the run. I think Ridgepoint's going to have a little more trouble running the football. I mean, I just see the size of that defensive line. Ridgepoint's got a big O-line too, but I'm not seeing the same kind of movement right at the point of attack for Ridgepoint. So I think Ezel Jolly is going to be a little more of a struggle to get him loose.
So the running game is not really doing anything for them to this point. 2nd down and 10. Carlisle drops back. Plenty of time. Now flush to the right, directing traffic. Throws, tipped, and caught for a first down. Ridgepoint with a lucky play, I have to say. And it ends up in the hands of Jace Baugh. And I think the intended receiver was Ashton Bethel Roman. Past the numbers on the other side. And it's caught at the 31. And that's a pickup of 19 yards and a first down for Ridgepoint at the 31.
Yeah, you know how Ridgepoint plays such that exotic defense where I was having trouble diagnosing. What are they even in? Atascocita plays more of a standard-style defense.
Give to Jolly. They haven't abandoned the run, and he gets a solid 4-yard pickup to the 35, 2nd down and 6.
And so like they always say, you know, styles make fights, and there's more than one way to skin a cat. That's why I love watching. These two teams are both extremely good teams. They're just doing it different kind of ways, and it's really cool to watch.
Markovici Holden made the tackle on that play, and we've got 3:13 to go in the first quarter. 7-0, Atascocita on top of Ridgepoint. Carlisle calling for the snap. And now he steps up and says something to his lineman. Jolly now moves to Carlisle's right. Give to Jolly, pops through, fighting, first down. Gets across the 40 to the 41. He got just enough on that running play. The cornerback came up to make the tackle, Markel Dorsey Abram, and that's a first down. Think of First Tyrant Automotive for all your car care needs. Check them out at FirstTyrantAuto.com.
And that's one where Atascocita kind of got cute on defense. They took their Mike linebacker and they're kind of showing him like on a blitz off the edge, and that stuff is all well and good, but when they run it at you and you moved your Mike, that messes up your run fits, and so Ridgepoint got a good run there.
When you move your mic, that's something else in the broadcasting business. Carlisle throwing deep on the post. Ashton Bethel Roman has it. He's inside the 10 and down at the 6. He beat 2 men, and he caught it and kind of cradled it to his lower abdomen and kept on running, and that's a huge play. The biggest gain by far of the night for the Ridgepoint Panthers, and if they can get this into the end zone, that would complete an 88-yard drive.
Yeah, Ridgepoint got off the mat from the first haymaker, and they punched back. And here we go. Now they got to finish it, though. They're in striking position.
1st and goal at the 7. Carlisle keeps it. Gets behind Peyton Farmer, his big left guard, and gets – actually, he's the left tackle. And he gets to the 5, so it's a 2-yard pickup. 2nd down and goal from there. Under 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. It looks like it stopped raining. Looking up at the light standards, we might have mist, but not much more than that, if any precipitation at all. Jolly standing to the left of Carlisle, ball on the left hash mark. Give to Jolly, and he only got about 2. Coming through to submarine tackle him was number 10, Dion Campbell. Big play here, 3rd and goal at the 3.
This Atascocita defense reminds me so much of the Ridgepoint defense when I was coaching there, where the D linemen are more designed to stop the run. And so I think Ridgepoint can continue to have success in passing because while running is hard, these are big defensive linemen. They may not generate the same kind of pass rush.
Give to Jolly, bounces outside, going for the pylon. He dives, touchdown! Ezel Jolly with a great final effort. And he avoided a tackle by Dion Campbell. Ridgepoint makes it 7-6 with the extra point to come.
Hey, Roger, you know the best way to avoid big defensive linemen on the inside?
Bounce outside?
Bounce it out.
Yeah.
That's what Ezel Jolly did. They're unable to hold the edge, and he gets a beautiful run for the touchdown.
Well, you quiz me from time to time, and I may not be a smart man, but I know that's right. And Holden Gray comes on to add the extra point. Nieboer to hold. And the kick is high and true and good. We're tied at 7. We'll be back on VikeFortBend.com. 1:01 to go in the first.
Hey, Fort Bend County fans, this is Bradley Stavanaugh with Needville Insurance Agency.
Bradley is my insurance man. He can save you hundreds, if not thousands of dollars every year on your car insurance, home insurance, or flood insurance, or all three like he did for me. And Bradley, you are as Fort Bend County as they come, right?
That's right, fourth generation here in the Needville area in Fort Bend County, taking care of folks over here for over 100 years here in Fort Bend County.
You can give him a call, you can go online, or he'll even come see you at the Needville Insurance Agency. Give him the number, Bradley.
979-793-7411.
That Archer Volkswagen touchdown scoring drive covered 88 yards in 8 plays. It took 3 minutes and 40 seconds off the clock, and it was a 3-yard touchdown run by Ezel Jolly. Holden Gray kicked the extra point. Now he's got the ball teed up, and for another 1 minute and 1 second, Atascocita will be going from left to right. The only wind we have is really kind of a crosswind. Gray with a pop-up kick over to the far sideline near the 20-yard line. Kick taken there across the 30, and a fight forward to the 33-yard line. A 13-yard return for Kyron Pate, and that's where Atascocita takes over. Pate had the touchdown catch. So Ridgepoint, like you said, took the punch. They went back down the field, and that's got to fire up the defense. Ridgepoint's been pretty good at takeaways.
Yeah.
But it's been a while since they've really had a crucial takeaway.
You know, I feel like Ridgepoint still bases out of that old 3-4 defense like they've done for many years, but they're just so multiple with it.
Zion Brown looking at the defense, now takes the snap and hands it off on the delay. Nice running play and a pickup of 7 as he hands it to Torrey Blaylock. Coming off the edge, Peyton Doucette brought him down at 2nd and 3.
And that's the one thing I would say as an offensive guy, you know, on the offensive side, if you're going to have a defense that's trying to do a lot of exotic looks and just confuse you with looks, the best way to go at it is to run right at it. And I think that's what Atascocita tried to do right there.
On 2nd and 3, will they go deep? Fake handoff. Brown rolls to the right, throws a little safety valve, gets it across the 45 to the 48, and a first down. On the tackle for Ridgepoint, Marcus Sessom bringing down Justin Montgomery as he spilled out of bounds. They set him at the 49-yard line, and that's a first down for Atascocita.
For all our friends listening from Santa Plantation, or Santa, excuse me, you know, Taylor Davis is in there. We were kind of worried he got shaken up on the touchdown pass. He's in there, and he looks fine. So just to give you an update on that, Taylor Davis looking good out there.
From the right hash mark, Brown gets it out of his hand quickly and too hot to handle and a little bit too much leading T.C. Lee over near the numbers on the far side. Incomplete, 2nd and 10. We'll still have at least one more play in this first quarter. There are 17 seconds left.
See number 37 out there, Justin Brown. That's kind of what they do. He's the Mike linebacker, but they play their Mikes deep a lot of times, which is kind of cool. Makes it look like a third safety. And kind of reminds me of the old Polish hammer, Preston Stazeski from those years ago.
I remember Preston.
Yep.
He was good at football and baseball. 2nd down and 10. Brown drops straight back, looking near sideline. Releases it. Got it. Completion. Inside the 25 into the 23, and the first catch by Claude Slaughter. He's a 6'2 senior. He goes out of bounds, and that's a first down. Think of First Tyrant Automotive for all your car care needs. Check them out at firsttyrantauto.com. He dropped it in perfectly over the outstretched arm of Peyton Doucette.
Yeah, I think both offensive lines are doing really good in pass protection. You know, both quarterbacks have been, you know, largely unchallenged. And again, you have big run-stuffing style D linemen on both sides, and so I think that's going to be the question is generating pass rush throughout the game. Might have to come from outside linebackers on blitzes.
2 backs in the backfield, Montgomery and Blaylock. Now Montgomery goes in motion, and it's a quarterback draw. There goes Brown. Look out. He's got a blocker in front of him, and he gets to the 14-yard line and out of bounds. And that's a quick 9-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and a long one for Atascocita.
I really like both of these offenses. They're both so diverse. They attack you in so many different ways. I mean, I'm kind of almost happy I retired my whistle because I don't know if I'd want to be the defensive coordinator trying to figure out how to stop all these offenses these days.
And we're down to 2 seconds left in the first quarter, but Brown ran out of bounds at the end of that play, so one more play. Pistol formation, Montgomery behind him. Takes the snap, hands it off to Montgomery, straight up the middle, big hole! Diving inside the 5, and it'll be 1st and goal from the 2. James Wally saved a touchdown, and J.J. Davis is walking away from that a little bit gingerly, but it'll be 1st and goal when we start the second quarter. This is VipeFortBend.com.
Archer Volkswagen showroom is open, and our team's excited to help you. Visit our sales department Monday through Saturday from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Or bring your car in for service from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. We're closed on Sundays to rest and recharge with our families, so we can serve you well through the week. We hope to see you soon.
First Tire and Automotive heard you were starting your holiday shopping earlier this year, so the season of giving starts now. $20 off brake pad service. Since you will be traveling more, check out the back on the road fluid check specials and tire specials. Yes, First Tire and Automotive has those too. Your holiday savings start now. Check out the website firsttireandauto.com for details and to book your appointment today. First Tire and Automotive with 4 convenient locations in Sugar Land and Cinco Ranch. firsttireandauto.com.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in Texas. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the UIL and the Texas High School Athletic Directors Association.
1st and goal, Eagles from the 2 as we start the second quarter. It's 7-7, but that might be about to change. Brown trying to draw Ridgepoint off, fakes to Montgomery. He's going to throw it, looking into the left corner, and the pass is thrown incomplete. And I think Ryan Ramey might have gotten a fingertip on it to deny a catch to Darrell Gill. That was not a drop.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be a holding call on the offense, though.
Oh, how about that?
This is big because obviously adding 10 yards to the quota that you need to meet here to get this touchdown is not easy. And so especially if you can force them into a field goal situation in these kinds of conditions, I don't think any kind of kick is an automatic. So big opportunity here from Ridgepoint. Going to get a 1st and goal situation, but from the 12-yard line.
By the way, I misidentified Blaylock and Montgomery. Montgomery is 3 and Blaylock is 6. So it was Blaylock who got them that 1st and goal at the 2, but now the penalty backs it up. It's 1st and goal at the 12. Pistol formation. Bootleg. There goes Brown. Being pursued. Throws late. Tipped off the hands of his intended receiver, Montgomery. And he kind of threw into a crowd, and Calvin Alexander, I think, had an interception on his mind. By the way, I look at the light standards, and there are heavy drops coming down again.
Yeah, early on here, Ridgepoint's having a little bit of trouble on the bootleg, just out in the flat. So that could be something I'm sure Coach Allen and Coach LeFevre will correct it during the next break. But you've seen the task to get open there in that area.
2nd down and goal at the 12. Brown, quarterback draw, bounces outside. Here comes the pursuit. Peyton Doucette drops him for a loss of 3. Oh, he read it all the way. Beautiful play by Peyton Doucette. So now it's 3rd down, and they're going to spot him at the 13. They only gave him a 1-yard loss, but Ridgepoint has taken advantage thus far on this series of that holding penalty.
Absolutely, and it makes you wonder what is the Task City going to dial up here? Remember, we saw that the dime thrown to number 88, Kyron Pate, for the first touchdown.
And other than that pass, most of the time the passes have been 10 yards and shorter.
Man-to-man coverage.
Brown hands it off to Blaylock. Outside the numbers on the near side. Inside the 5 and hits Taylor Davis and gets in his face. And Davis just kind of pats him on the side of the helmet. And so what do we do right here? It's 4th down and goal, and they marked him out at the 4.
Are they bringing in a heavy package? I think
they are. They're bringing in Tuamano Pepe.
Or is this the field goal unit? Okay, this is the field goal unit. Yep.
Yeah, you're right.
It's hard to tell if that was bringing in big guys to try to have a heavy package, or it's your field goal team, and it's the latter.
22-yard attempt from the left hash for Ibrahim. Good snap and hold, and the kick is in the air and good. Atascocita regains the lead at 10-7 with 10:46 to go before the half. We'll be back on ViteFortBend.com.
First Tire and Automotive heard you were starting your holiday shopping earlier this year, so the season of giving starts now. $20 off brake pad service. Since you will be traveling more, check out the back on the road fluid check specials and tire specials. Yes, First Tire and Automotive has those too. Your holiday savings start now. Check out the website firsttireandauto.com for details and to book your appointment today. First Tire and Automotive with 4 convenient locations in Sugar Land and Cinco Ranch. firsttireandauto.com.
Archer Volkswagen showroom is open, and our team's excited to help you. Visit our sales department Monday through Saturday from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Or bring your car in for service from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. We're closed on Sundays to rest and recharge with our families, so we can serve you well through the week. We hope to see you soon.
Archer's Volkswagen field goal scoring drive, 63 yards, 8 plays, 2:10 off the clock, and Ibrahim was good from 22 yards. And it's going to be Wesley Drummer up the right hash marks and gets across the 25 to the 27. That's where Ridgepoint will start.
Really impressive, Ridgepoint. Every time they've been challenged, they have answered the bell. So I know that's why Coach LaFavors is just so proud of this group. And it's been really cool. And Rick's a guy that I know well. He was on our staff in 2014, when we were actually in this exact same position, playing in the regional semifinals at the Cy-Fair FCU Stadium, which is now called. And I just know that the community and the parents, they love him. They are behind him. I mean, that community is rocking and bleeding purple right now. And so this has been really cool to watch Ridgepoint answer. Now, here's a big opportunity. They can go ahead. This could be a go-ahead drive.
Ball at the 26. Carlisle fakes to Jolly, keeps it around the right side, gets outside the numbers, breaks a tackle. Near sideline and out near the 40. Nice run by Carlisle. And right there at the end, D'Angelo Hayes was trying to put a kill shot on him, but he was just too quick scooting down the sideline.
Where did this Carlisle kid come from? Because, I know
Foster, that's where.
Oh, okay. But I know he recently won like a Player of the Week award. He's only a sophomore, but he kind of came on late in the season, right, Roger? He wasn't. You mentioned he kind of came in later in the season as a starter.
Well, they were trying all the quarterbacks for about 3 weeks, and then they settled on him. Gives to Jolly, hit early in the play, and he dives forward and salvages a gain of just 2 yards or 1 yard. Markovici Holden makes the tackle.
The days – football's changing. The days when you and I grew up in the statuesque 6'5" gunslinger back there, it's changing a lot. You want speed and mobility at the quarterback position, and Carlisle really he has some jets. That was pretty impressive going around the edge there.
Second down and a long 9. Carlisle drops straight back. Late rush, gets rid of it, hit as he throws. Dawson got it near the 30-yard line, reverses his field, and gets to the 28. That's a big first down. Mason Dawson making an adjustment as the ball was in flight, and Carlisle just got plastered and threw it on target.
That's what I was going to say, Roger. The most important thing there, hit as he throws. The courage to stand in there in the face of pressure, and he knew I got to complete this ball, and he was willing to take the hit for it.
And they're playing a little bit faster now. Now they look over at the sideline, and they're going to bleed some play clock and maybe make an adjustment. Give to Jolly, trying the left side, and gaining yards has been hard for him. He only gets 2 there, and Tuamano Pepe threw him back like an old man sending back soup in a deli
You know, our halftime guest today is my old nose guard, Mike Obie, my co-host, of our H-Town Pick'em podcast, and he was our nose guard at Ridgepoint in our 12-0 run to this game. And the one thing is, they have no answer right now for Tua Montpepe. And when you have a nose guard that's feeling the fire and dominating the inside, that's a death kiss sometimes for the running game.
Dropping back is Carlisle. Here comes the blitz. He's hit as he throws.
My goodness.
This is going to be a pick six by a lineman. Or is it? Jolly running it down and saves the touchdown down at the 12-yard line. Carlisle was hit. We'll have to see how he is. And it was Michael Muskis who made that interception. Carlisle, there was a guy coming off the left edge and just lit him up.
Remember I made the comment that the pass rush may have to come from outside linebackers blitzing? There it is. And I think Tua Montpepe actually had something to do with that, because that was a blown protection there. And I think that probably what happened was the center was asking for help, and the protection kind of got slid towards Tua Montpepe, and that's where you have those instances where there's nobody on the backer sometimes. It's just that there's too much attention to the interior and not honoring the edge of your protection as well.
And I apologize for overreacting and saying this is going to be a pick six. Ezel Jolly made sure it wasn't. 1st and 10 from the 13. There goes a man in motion. Brown takes the snap and hands it off straight up the middle. There goes Blaylock, pushing the pile, gets inside the 10 and all the way down to the 8.
And, Roger, I almost kind of think Ridgepoint's going to stop him, and the reason being, so many times in coaching, we use that as a teaching point, where somebody gives that effort to stop a for sure pick six, and they lay out and they tackle him. And a lot of times, it's the football gods rewarding that effort that a lot of times that you do get the stop. So we'll see what happens here.
2nd down and 4, but a timeout called before the play, and it's called by Ridgepoint. We'll take it with them and be back on VipeFortBend.com. It is 10-7 Atascocita, and trying to add something to it.
Next Level Urgent Care supports Fort Bend County sports and supports you whenever you're hurting. Next Level is here for the community, open 7 days a week, 9 till 9, for you and your family at more than 30 Greater Houston locations, including Sugar Land, Sienna, Greatwood, Longmeadow, and 4 in Katy. From ow to wow, Next Level Urgent Care has you covered. And if you're short on time, Next Level has an app to get you in line right away. Just text NLUC APP to 313131 for Next Level Urgent Care.
All right, we're going to have the Next Level Urgent Care halftime show later, but right now it's a 2nd down and 4 for Atascocita from the Ridgepoint 8-yard line. They move right to left, and the ball is on the far hash. Brown on the quarterback draw. The Ridgepoint defense reacts well, but I think he might have the 1st down. It's going to be very close as he drove to the 4, and Peyton Doucette made another tackle.
Right here. This is where I would do a shift. I would do a shift defensively. In these situations where they have a 3rd and short, the offensive linemen are always juiced up. We did this all the time at Ridgepoint and at Aldine. I was telling you how we beat Nimitz that one year. Right now, you shift right before the snap, and I guarantee you 90% of the time they jump, and now you got a 3rd and 6 instead of a 3rd and inches. There it is. They did it. It worked. Oh, my God. I called it.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Hey, they're still playing the old Kobo tricks out there on D. I love it.
You're a genius. And as they walk off this penalty that you said was going to happen. Okay, tell us, we got the Next Level Urgent Care halftime show. Tell us about your guest.
Oh, well, my guest is my co-host of H-Town Pick'em podcast, and he's my former nose guard, and he's been a part of many of those shifts that we just saw. It's Mike Obie, number 56, the old nose guard from Ridgepoint. I mean, he's enjoying watching this Ridgepoint defense, but that shift, Mike's nodding his head, that's something we did all the time in those clutch situations. It always works. So anybody listening that's a young coach, do the shift on 3rd or 4th and shorts.
3rd down and 6. Huge play here. Brown takes the snap, and they run it. No, he's going to roll out to the left. He throws a short pass. Montgomery is hit, bounces off a tackler, but he can't get past the rest of them. And it's beautifully played by the Ridgepoint defense.
Roger, I'm going to say this. Everybody tune into H-Town Pick'em. My prediction skills are on fire right now. I called that they were going to get the stop after saving the pick 6. I called the shift for the false start. I mean, I'm seeing it clear right now, Roger. I'm calling strikes. I'm on right now.
By the way, KJ Riley was the one that finished off that last tackle, and they're not going to kick it. It looks like they are going for it on 4th and 6. I would not have predicted that.
Yeah, I would. Same here. I was thinking they'd go field goal.
And they shift again.
Not
no
gonna work
movement
this
by
time,
Atascocita. Brown drops back. Happy feet, throws end zone. Too tall, incomplete.
Stop.
Ridgepoint stopped him on downs.
Look at LeFavors.
Outstanding.
Coach LeFavors. That is what I love about Rick LeFavors. You know, and that's why these kids love playing for him. He's a real one, as the kids like to say, Roger. I mean, he truly is one of those guys that is the most genuine person. Rick LeFavors is an American treasure. Let's just put it that way.
Now, there's every head football coach in Fort Bend ISD, there's something I really, really like about him. But with LeFavors, number one, I love that he runs through the crash line. He runs through the tunnel with the team.
Yes.
And I also love that he attends more sporting events, boys and girls, just to support the team. Not because he has a daughter or a niece playing or something. He just goes out there to show that he loves the Panthers. Ezell Jolly carries on first down, gets back to the line of scrimmage, and then they push him all the way back into the end zone. But it's a no gain. Actually, it's a loss of 1. 2nd down and 11, so
Roger, number 90, Adrian Contreras. What he just did there is the kind of thing that never shows up on a stat sheet, but he made that play by sacrificing his body and spilling that ball out there. And that's what good defensive linemen do when they don't care about making the tackle. They care about helping the team. So number 90, Adrian Contreras, just helped make that play for his linebackers.
Plays to the left of Tuamanu Pepe, and now Carlisle going to throw from his goal line, looking for Ashton Bethel. Got it on the run, 40, 35, one man to beat. He's going to go all the way. It's a touchdown for Ridgepoint.
Strike
Ashton
up the bend.
Bethel, Roman, and Carlisle threw a strike down the near sideline in perfect stride, and on he went for the touchdown. Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. So you have what seemed like at least a sure 3 points after that pick by Atascocita. The Ridgepoint defense comes through, stops them on downs, and 2 plays later. It is a strike from Carlisle.
Howard Cosell has just stepped into the booth, ladies and gentlemen.
Ashton Bethel Roman. And the kick by Holden Gray is good. Ridgepoint has regained the lead, 14-10. We'll be back on ViteFortBend.com. Woo!
Equitable Advisors financial professionals know the path to a fulfilling future begins with getting to know who you are and what matters to you most. They work with people as individuals. That's how they deliver on their mission, just like Nick Arevalo, CFP. Talk to your local Equitable Advisor financial professional at 281-712-8777 or visit nickarevalo.com. That's NICKAREVALO.com. Together, you and my friend Nick can plan a future that reflects all of who you are. Equitable Advisors, LLC, New York, New York, member FINRA SIPC, investment advisory through Equitable Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. CFP is a certification mark owned by the Certified Financial Planner Board of Standards, Incorporated. This mark is awarded to individuals who successfully complete the CFP Board's initial and ongoing certification requirements.
I got so excited. It was a 90-what-yard touchdown pass?
Yeah,
91,
I don't know.
94, 90, I think it was 94. Holden Gray, pop-up kick. Ball comes down to the 20-yard line. Down the far sideline, look out, could be a pretty big return. And a nice tackle on T.C. Lee. Let's see, that was 33 for Ridgepoint. Sorry, I haven't. It's Norberto Dominguez who makes the tackle near the 40-yard line.
Yeah, we were talking during the break, Roger. If Ridgepoint goes on to win this game, we're all going to look back to that Ezell Jolly effort to save the pick-6 touchdown. And then I'll say this, man. Carlisle is dropping dimes tonight. That was a beautiful throw on a rope, on a frozen rope out here in late November. I mean, that was just incredible. I've my first time seeing him, and I am just so impressed with the touch that he puts on his passes.
All right, Zion Brown, let's see how he responds. He's had a great year as the Atascocita quarterback, and he hands it off up the middle. That's a big gain for Blaylock. He's got 10 quick yards, and Calvin Alexander finally wrestles him down. That's a first down. Think of First Tire and Automotive for all your car care needs. Check them out at firsttireandauto.com. 1st and 10 for Atascocita from the Ridgepoint 49.
I like that answer from Atascocita. I mean, that's kind of where I feel that Atascocita can have a slight razor's thin advantage is running on the inside.
Play fake. And a throw to the numbers on the near side. Another big game.
Wow.
Loose down the sideline, and this is going to be a touchdown. All the way in for a touchdown is Darrell Gill. And he takes it in from 49 yards out. And just like that, Atascocita regains the lead.
Beautiful touchdown run, but number 3, Justin Montgomery, the junior, he had an incredible block to steal that edge, and you saw him getting up and celebrating with his coaches. That was an awesome block.
Swinging gate set up by Atascocita, but now they move back into the conventional place-kicking lineup and set it up for Yusuf Ibrahim. His extra point kick is no good. He missed it left. It is still 16-14, and we'll be back on ViteFortBend.com.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, now up the stairs. We tried that last time. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
Cushing kicks off for Atascocita. It's Wesley Drummer from the 8-yard line, back to the middle of the field. Turns it up near the hash marks, gets to the 20, and that's all she wrote as Cade Clark makes the tackle.
Hey, Mike Obie reminded me of a comment that was in the news recently from head coach Rick LaFavors that Austin Carlisle reminds him of an OU Baker Mayfield. And I can really see that. And one thing that he talked about was he can really spin it, was the term he used, which means just put incredibly tight rotation on the ball. And you could see that on that fade ball. I mean, that's just one of the most picture-perfect, beautiful, tight spirals I think I've ever seen in my life. You know, it almost like the ball is like glowing, like a revelation. I mean, that was incredible. So I don't know. It's going to be on Carlisle. Carlisle's going to have to continue to make some big throws tonight to get this win for Ridgepoint.
Kind of like in hockey when they make the puck look red like it's on fire. And
Carlisle
carries, but he fumbles. Atascocita may have it. They
do.
say they do.
Well, that's my
He got spun around, hit from behind, and the ball squirted out. And I didn't see who recovered it. D'Angelo Hayes. Thank you very much.
That was the broadcaster's curse right there. I just sung his praises. But, I mean, I really think what I was talking more about was, like, making plays with his arm. And yes, it's good. It is great to mix in those run plays, but I think where he's going to make the big difference tonight is with the throw. And unfortunately there for Ridgepoint, because that was well blocked. And Carlisle is a good runner. It's just, again, we talked about this in the keys to the victory, protecting the football in the wet weather conditions. And unfortunately for the Panthers, Carlisle, again, that's his second turnover. You know, the other one was tough, a blitz coming off the blind side, but he's got to protect the ball better.
Montgomery and Blaylock in the backfield. And there is a jet sweep coming to the near side and beautifully defensed by Ridgepoint as Taylor Davis finishes off the tackle on T.C. Lee.
Man, Peyton Doucette's really good. I've just been really impressed.
He hit him first, and he kind of rerouted him.
Absolutely. And, man, he is a big old safety. I mean, good size there for him. And I guess they actually using him as an outside backer, but man, just great size and length. I'm really impressed with Peyton Doucette.
Unfortunately, he's a senior. Wish he was back for another year. There's the give to Blaylock, and he gets about 2 yards, but Taylor Davis undercut him, came out of nowhere to limit the gain. So it's a pickup of 4, 3rd and 7 coming up, and here is yet another big play. And when Atascocita has had to throw the ball when Ridge Point's not really expecting, that's when Brown has been effective. But when Ridge Point knows a pass is coming down the field, it seems like they've been prepared.
And don't forget that Atascocita just missed the extra point, so Coach Stump may be hesitant to kick it on 4th down.
Draw play to Blaylock, hit early by your guy, Doucette, 3-yard gain, and that's it. It's going to be 4th and 5 from the 19.
Yeah, it's too much time developing there, on the Atascocita side, and that allowed for the penetration. I think their best success, if they do want to run it inside, is to go right at Ridge Point. I think when you kind of have some of that window dressing with the motion, that can be problematic.
Well, tonight, their kicker, Ibrahim, has a 22-yard field goal, but he did miss an extra point, and they're not even thinking about a field goal. They're going to go for it on 4th and 5 from the 19. And we got a timeout. Who takes it? Which way did they point? It's Ridge Point. Their second timeout of the half. We'll take it with them. We'll be back. VipeFortBend.com.
First Tire and Automotive heard you were starting your holiday shopping earlier this year, so the season of giving starts now. $20 off brake pad service. Since you will be traveling more, check out the back on the road fluid check specials and tire specials. Yes, First Tire and Automotive has those too. Your holiday savings start now. Check out the website firsttireandauto.com for details and to book your appointment today. First Tire and Automotive with 4 convenient locations in Sugar Land and Cinco Ranch. firsttireandauto.com.
Atascocita didn't waste too much time getting back out on the field. Ridge Point's defense was talking it over. 3:08 to go in the first half. It is 16-14 Atascocita. They're trying to cash in on the fumble that they forced. Austin Carlisle coughed it up near the red zone, and here we go. It's going to be empty backfield. Brown takes the snap, gets it out of his hand quickly, near sideline. Did he get it? No, they mark him short at the 15.5-yard line. And it's going to be another turnover on downs. The Panther defense has come through second time, well, not in a row, the last 3 possessions. Second time in the last 3 possessions.
Yeah, so now you got 3 minutes, 3 seconds left to go in the half. I mean, yeah, Carlisle's just got to be a little bit more safe with the ball. He's got 2 turnovers here on the night. But he's played brilliantly, and made some spectacular plays, and then a little more ball security. And I think Coach LeFevre will be really happy. But that missed extra point, because you were in range there to kick a field goal, but obviously Coach Stump had some reservations there, and it led to a 4th down stop.
Carlisle trying to draw Atascocita off. Jolly is to his right. He's going to throw it near sideline. Low pass for Ashton Bethel Roman, incomplete. He had to go to his knees to try and catch it. It would have been a completion to the 19. It would have only been a 4-yard pickup. 2nd and 10. Actually, looking at your Daktronics scoreboard replay, it was really on target, but the receiver was seated, and, it's kind of hard to make a catch there. Give to Jolly, popping through, spins away. Big gain across the 25 to the 26. An 11-yard pickup and a first down. Think of First Tire and Automotive for all your car care needs. Check them out at firsttireandauto.com.
That's another reason to run it on long down and distance situations like 2nd and 10, because the defense, again, was doing something cute, trying to get a fancy pass blitz, and if you catch them in that, you can bust a good run.
First down, there goes Jolly. Plenty of daylight, and he dives forward. He picked up 9. Yeah. And the Ridge Point Panthers are starting to get some daylight in the running game. Markel Dorsey Abram makes the tackle. 2nd and 1, and there are a lot of things you can do on 2nd and 1. Sometimes you hear a coach say waist 1 deep. 3 receivers on the right side of the formation. Give to Jolly again. Moving down the line of scrimmage, moving laterally, gets nothing. And that was a good job of helping to fill the gap by their linebacker, Michael Muskis. He's the guy that got the interception and ran it all the way down to the threshold of the end zone.
No gain on the play will bring up 3rd down and 1.
Third down and 1. Carlisle claps his hands together, gives to Jolly off the left side, gets to the edge, outside the numbers, and he's got a first down and goes out of bounds at the 41-yard line.
Yeah, the way that they play their defense, they don't have like kind of an outside linebacker sitting out there. They have a guy kind of coming from depth. So I like how Ridgepoint's trying to attack that and force a guy that's coming from safety depth to make a one-on-one tackle. And that's not easy against Ezel Jolly.
So going out of bounds helps since Ridgepoint only has 1 timeout left in the half. 1st and 10 from their own 41. 1:27 left. Carlisle to throw. Throws it deep over the middle, beyond the reach of Derek James. And Mason Dossett is upset with something. I think maybe he feels like he was being held. He and Derek James were both running skinny post patterns, and
yeah, I agree
they
with
almost
you, Roger.
ran into each other.
Totally agree, Roger. That's a great analysis. I didn't like the spacing there.
Maybe he was. Maybe Dossett didn't want a teammate, 2 teammates or one of his teammates in the area. It makes it easier to cover it. 2nd down and 10. Carlisle throws quickly to an incomplete pass to Gabriel Bro, a little down and out on the far side. Then it would have only gotten about 5 yards, and now it's 3rd and 10. Well, they're conserving time with incomplete passes, but they're not advancing the ball.
Yeah, I feel like where Carlisle does his best work is down the field. I mean, that's where his accuracy is just incredibly laser accurate, is down the field. But so far, some of his underneath throws, he's unable to connect with his receivers.
Now he drops back again. Here comes the rush. He launches it. Dossett almost got it. Diving attempt inside the 25.
That was a good
He
throw.
was open, and it wasn't a bad pass, but
Not at
maybe
all.
just like a foot too long.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely catchable. It would have been a difficult catch, but I think that's where you want to put it to make sure it doesn't get intercepted. So I actually think that was almost a perfect throw from Carlisle. But, again, that wasn't easy to catch. So you chalk it up. Ridgepoint's doing a good job of making these safeties respect the vertical pass. I guarantee they respect Carlisle's arm right now.
Paul Shields snaps it to Zach Barger. His punt is in the air. And it's a risky dive of a catch at the 32-yard line, but you mentioned it earlier. You don't want the punt to roll
right
down inside the 20 or even farther. And so well executed by T.C. Lee.
What do you think here, Roger? Do you think Coach Stump, with all 3 of his timeouts, he puts the foot on the accelerator and tries to go down the field?
I think he will.
I think so, too.
But on the other hand, his team is going to get the ball to start the 3rd quarter, right?
Correct.
So he might be less inclined to do that and just kind of go to the locker room and regroup.
This is my favorite defense for Ridgepoint. When they base out of their 3-4 with the deep linebacker, I really like this look at a Ridgepoint.
Brown drops back, throws a short pass, and it's just going to be a 4-yard pickup. Claude Slaughter got it, and he was belted by Ryan Ramey. They give him 5 yards. 46 seconds, clock still ticking. Brown's going to throw it again, steps up in the pocket, tipped near the line, got it to Slaughter, and he picked up 4. It's going to be a yard shy of the first down. The new line of scrimmage is the 41. 3rd and 1 from right there as Ramey pushed him out.
I'm getting some PTSD from our game against Temple because this was the exact scenario. Late in the game, a team moving down the field, throwing hitches and little things to the sideline, doing a good job getting out of bounds. I mean, it's very similar at the same field.
The fake to Blaylock, and now there's a throw into the flat on the far side and a decent gain. Enough for the first down and more. Cortez Nichols wraps up Darrell Gill.
really well-coached team here out of Task. Look how quickly they're executing their 2-minute drill.
But you know what? They have 3 timeouts, and they're
Now,
not
that I would
using
agree
them.
with. They could have definitely burned one, but the players are executing what they're supposed to do really well.
Brown scrambles. He's into the secondary. Look out. He can do a lot. He's near
He's
the
trying to
30.
get out of
He's
bounds.
still going. He's got to get out of bounds, except, well, he fumbles it out of bounds at the 21 with 9 seconds to go.
I love the play call, though, Roger. I mean, I saw the Detroit Lions doing this a lot yesterday. In obvious passing situations, they would run DeAndre Swift, and they would catch the defense. And that's what exactly happened right there. Ridge Point's kind of playing like a prevent-style defense. You run the quarterback, and you get a lot of space.
And Atascocita calls one of their 3 timeouts finally with 9 seconds to go in the half, and they're going to spot the ball at the 23. That's where it came out of Zion Brown's arms. It skittered forward a couple of yards before it crossed the sideline.
Now, I think if you're Coach Stump, you probably would like to have a little more time on the clock. A lot of time went off of that. You could have called the timeout, but it's in a good position here. Now this allows you to run the football. You could run it inside and immediately call your timeout. Maybe you're down to 5-6 seconds, and you still have time for one more, and then you kick it. I'm assuming is what they would do. Or perhaps, again, maybe they're still a little gun-shy kicking you with the missed extra point. But I would like the field goal here from Atascocita. Of course, touchdown's better, but, I mean, the field goal to get you to 19-14. Now a field goal no longer ties you.
All right, so because they have the 2 timeouts, Atascocita can really attack any part of the field. As Kovo said, you can run the ball, and it doesn't mean you're going to miss an opportunity to score. Brown wants to throw, near side, got the completion to the touchdown man, and out of bounds. Peyton Doucette kind of wrapping his arms around the head of Kyron Pate, and lucky, I think, that they didn't get a penalty, but he goes out of bounds with 3 seconds left, and now they send out the kicking unit, and I notice that it's going to be Cushing.
Different kicker.
Kicking. He has done kickoffs twice, but Ibrahim is not being called upon for this attempt.
And Ibrahim does have a made field goal attempt tonight, correct?
Yes, he does. 30-yard line, near hash, and Ridge Point, I think, takes a timeout to make him think about it.
Pretty Ricky's going to ice the kicker here. That's what he's doing. And I've always wondered, I would love to see statistics on how effective that is. Me personally, I'm always against icing the kicker. I just feel like that gives them more time to prepare. I mean, I get the logic is that you're giving them more time, you have to think about it, but I don't know.
Thinking about the magnitude of the kick. Do you remember one time the Cowboys lost a game? I don't know, it was probably 10 years ago or so. They basically iced their own kicker.
Right, yeah.
They kicked a field goal. It went through the uprights, but the timeout had been called before he launched it. And I think it was that guy, Sater was the name of the kicker. And then when he had to do it again, he missed.
Well, this will be a 30-yard field goal. So, I mean, definitely, it's not a chip shot, but at the same time, it's very doable here.
Cushing is a right-footed kicker. High snap, kick on the way. Looks good, and it is good. And time expires as he makes it 19-14 with a 30-yard field goal on the final play of the half. It's been very eventful. It is close. It's a one-score game because the Ridge Point defense has come up with some big plays, twice turning away the Atascocita Eagles on downs. And I see coming out of the green room, it is Mike Obie. He's ready to be our halftime guest. We'll step aside, bring you this from Next Level Urgent Care, sponsor of our halftime show. And what I'd really like to see, Kovo, you're a good interviewer, but if the two of you are crying, then that's what we're really looking for.
Okay.
We want to reach out and touch people's emotions.
We need human interest stories at halftime. I will deliver.
Indeed, and I'm going to go see if there's food over there.
Okay, yes, that'd be great too.
We'll be back.
Next Level Urgent Care supports Fort Bend County sports and supports you whenever you're hurting. Next Level is here for the community, open 7 days a week, 9 till 9, for you and your family at more than 30 Greater Houston locations, including Sugar Land, Sienna, Greatwood, Longmeadow, and 4 in Katy. From OW to WOW, Next Level Urgent Care has you covered. And if you're short on time, Next Level has an app to get you in line right away. Just text NLUC APP to 313131 for Next Level Urgent Care.
All right, welcome back to halftime here at beautiful Cy-Fair FCU Stadium. James Kovaleski here, the proud former coach. I'm joined by one of my former players, a guy that we're in business together. We're in the podcasting business together, man. I've still keep up with this guy. He was my nose guard, one of the original nose guards of the original successes, right? He was part of that first team as a sophomore. He was part of that first varsity team. He got to be a part of a team that that started the run of several district championships in a row, was 12-0. Fell on this same field. We lost to Temple on a last-second field goal. I hate to bring it up. I see you shaking your head, but it was on this very field in a kind of wet, rainy day in November that we fell to Temple. But I'm joined today by Mike Obi. Mike, some of the Ridgepoint fans are listening may remember your name. I know you're still known in the Siena community. Just talk to the fans about what was it like being a Ridgepoint Panther? So many times I've heard people describe Siena and Ridgepoint almost like a small town inside of the suburbs. I mean, how did you, as a resident and a student in Ridgepoint High School, how did you see it?
Man, it's a great question. It's a great question, and honestly, an interesting story. I mean, Ridgepoint was a new school. We were the new kids on the block, and so we were trying to earn our own respect. We had Hightower and Elkins. We were sandwiched by those two schools, and so in the beginning days for me, starting off my freshman year, it was a lot of trying to find our own identity and trying to establish our names as a program. And so, those early days were just trying to form those good habits, form what we wanted Ridgepoint football to mean, what culture we wanted to establish. And then just as far as culturally, Tammy Edwards, who was the principal at the time, she was really big on really establishing a winning mindset and a winning culture and a winning tradition from the top down. And so she believed in us. I remember the watermelon that she would bring during summer practices. That just was those little tokens of support, and the community was really behind the team, which made us feel good and which gave us a sense of pride. And one thing I noticed even when I am on Twitter is Ridgepoint still holds the hashtag RPISD, and to me that speaks to them keeping the tradition alive. As far as when we created that around my senior year, as far as us saying nobody believes in us, but we believe in ourselves and in each other, and we are our own community, our own family, and they still carry that same tradition. So I mean, that was a lot of what we were trying to do, was just kind of say, hey, we are the new kids on the block, but we're to be respected, and we're going to show it in our play and the way that we walk and the way we carry ourselves, to put simply.
Obi, we got to give ourselves a pat on the back. Every Sunday morning, we record the H-Town Pick'em podcast. That's something we started this year, where we take the best games here in the Houston area and we pick them basically like college game day. Yeah. And we've kept our records, and you jumped out to a hot start, and then the old man kind of walked you down the stretch, and so I'm a couple games ahead of you, but we don't need to go into all that. But just for people listening that enjoy Roger and me and the work we've done, why should they go to YouTube and subscribe to H-Town Pick'em and watch our show? Because it's been a lot of fun doing it together, man.
Yeah, well, for one, I mean, I think it kind of brings that college football, that Saturday live show of picking games. We kind of brought that to the high school football landscape, and it's honestly it's really engaging. It's really fun. You get to see an old coach and his old player kind of talk games, and not just games, but also film and everything else that is all the things that we love about high school football. You get to see that every single Sunday in real time, and honestly, we do that as a means of trying to bring to light the great things that happen amongst all these different communities in the Houston area. So, for any fan, for any listener, for any supporter, especially if your team, if you want us to talk about your team, we're willing to do it. This is an open platform, but it's all about trying to establish just all the good things that are going on, and we try to bring light to that fact.
I love the way you described it. It's kind of like just talking in the barbershop about high school football, and that's kind of how we like to get down. We have special guest pickers. Like I said, Roger Smith was one of our guest pickers. He did a great job, but no, it's been a lot of fun. Now let's turn our attention to this game tonight and kind of the current state of Ridgepoint. Well, let me ask you one last question. Before we move on to the current Ridgepoint, let's reflect one more time, just looking back at your coaches. Now, I don't want you dishing any stories about me, but I mean, the head man, your head man, Brett Sniffen, yes, your head football coach, the man who really was the architect of, and I know Coach LaFavors is so good about talking about the past, and he always says, and he's very sincere when he says this, we walk on the shoulders of giants. So talking about former players like you or former coaches like myself or Coach Sniffen, Coach LaFavors believes that these successes they're having now is from those first teams that you are a part of. Just describe, and we always like to talk about giving flowers. I mean, the man that kind of started it all, Brett Sniffen, he's now the head football coach out there at Belton. You know, they had a nice playoff run this year. What was it like, or what are your memories, or anything you want to share to the listening audience? I'm sure all these listeners remember Coach Sniffen's long tenure at Ridgepoint. What can you share about Coach?
Coach Sniffen was the type of head coach that he kind of reminds you of a father that shows tough love.
Yeah.
You know, you don't understand a lot of what goes on whenever you're doing it, whenever you're going through it, when he yells at you, when he's tough on you. But when you get older and you look back at the fact, it was like you were winning. And the reason you were winning was because he cared, right? And he used to say that to us, you know, I wouldn't yell if I didn't care. You know what I'm saying? So all of it was a matter of he wanted the best for us and for his coaching staff. You know, I remember when you got hired, Coach Kovo, you used to tell us about how Coach Sniffen was trying to groom yourself, Coach Darnell, Coach Hammond, all to be your own head coaches and to be able to take over your own power programs. And you do that by empowering your staff as best you can to be able to take matters into their own hands, create the offense, the defense, their players into the mode that they wanted to be done. And so with that, I think Coach Sniffen was ahead of his time and honestly doesn't get the respect. I know you talk about this, Coach, that he deserved, you know, for building a program into a winner, because it's not easy to win football games, let alone win for consecutive years, and to keep that tradition going, to establish a tradition. It's very difficult. I know that being a coach now myself. And so I think for Coach Sniffen, it's just a matter of being able to build a program from the ground up, being able to have a vision and to see that vision through.
Yeah, I mean, it really is a long list. I mean, Jimmy Hammond's the head coach at Seven Lakes. Bobby Darnell is at Clements. Cirillo Ojeda is now at Aldine. I was at Aldine at one point. I mean, there's just been so many coaches that have come through Ridgepoint under Coach Sniffen that have went on to become head coaches. So, you know, no doubt about that. But now, again, as we turn towards the current iteration, you know, Sniffen was that guy, like you said, that was like a tough dad. I mean, I've heard North Shore players say that John Kay does not smile. They've never seen him smile. He's always serious. That's not Rick LaFavors. You know, every coach coaches differently. Rick LaFavors, he is hard and stern when he needs to be, but he also kind of has that fun love inside. So a little bit different sometimes, but just what Coach LaFavors has kept going at Ridgepoint, what you're observing now, you accepted his – let's talk to this about the listeners. Coach LaFavors, yesterday for Thanksgiving, he invited all former Ridgepoint football playing alumni to practice. So can you describe to us like how much that meant to you to see the current head coach do that? And then what was that experience like getting to meet the current Ridgepoint Panther football team and enjoy Thanksgiving dinner with them?
Well, for one, I feel like I've aged quite a bit since I've been there. You know, you look around and these youngsters, man, they look different. They're built different. They're a lot taller. And it kind of, you know, makes me feel a little bit old, quite honestly. But saying what I'm saying, for me, it's a great level of appreciation because for me, I'm very big on investing in the next generation and helping others, helping youngsters, helping people who come after me, because for me that's the way you keep tradition alive, right? And so with that, Coach LaFavor is inviting, you know, past Panthers, former alumni back to Thanksgiving practice is, you know, just his testament of, hey, respecting what has been done and what has been laid for what he's doing now. Coach LaFavor was there my senior year, so he knows what it's like. He knows what the tradition and the expectations is. And so for me being there, it was just a special sight to see, you know, the new era, so to speak, and what they've been able to do, keeping the tradition going forward, and just trying to you know, take off and try to win their own first state championship, because that has not been done. While there have been district banners, we still do not have a Dallas state championship, and so they're trying to get it done. Yeah,
Roger passed me a note talking about, you know, kids don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And, I mean, I think Rick LaFavors and his staff do an excellent job of that. I mean, you can just see it, all the things he does. You know, Roger was talking about how Coach LaFavors isn't just the football coach. He is a campus athletic coordinator that actually wears that title the way that it should be worn. He cares about all the sports, and he is Mr. Siena. Yeah. Much like Brett Sniffen, he has chosen to live there. I mean, his family is in Siena, and so I think that's a really cool story. All right, now let's put your analyst cap on. All right. You're a coach now. You've been listening. You've been you know just listening to Roger Smith spout his wisdom throughout this first half, and perhaps through osmosis, you're gaining knowledge from Roger Smith. What do you think your Panthers need to do? They're down, they're down here 19-14 at the halftime break. What do you think they need to do, or what do you think Coach LaFavors and his staff are telling them inside the locker room right now?
Well, I think knowing Coach LaFavor is the way that I do. One thing is you know, you have to, first off, have a short-term memory as far as the mistakes that were made. You know, some drop balls because of the rain, that's going to be a factor, but you have to be able to dead that and keep it moving. You know, you had one interception, you know, off a blitz off the edge. You got to let that go. Credit to the defense, one, and you got to keep it going for having, you know, a very next man up and sort of, hey, we have to do what we have to do. Remember, you know, from my days, Coach, where we'd always say it's about getting the job done and believing in yourself, believing in your teammates, believing in each other. And I think that he's been able to instill that upon his players, and it's just you got to do it one more time. And then as far as just schematically, offensively, defensively, you know, just make sure that we're swarm tackling on defense, make sure they're always pursuit of the ball like they've been doing. I'd say on the edges, being able to defeat blocks a little bit better on the perimeter because Tasky is really trying to establish their quick game. Offensively, O-line, just be able to block through the whistle. I know it's tough, but this is what it's made for. And then keep doing what you're doing. Austin Carlisle is having himself a game. He just has to do it for 2 more quarters, and I think they'll come out here with a win.
All right, let's give the fans a little sneak preview of what H-Town Pick'em is like. We like to riff here. Like Roger always likes to go over the local scores, so let's do that. Yeah. Let's kind of reveal some of these scores, what our picks were, and see how we're doing. Montgomery Lake Creek previously, and I say previously, undefeated Lake Creek Lions. They fall to our Fort Bend Marshall Buffaloes 55-18. We both are big James Williams guys, so we both picked that one right.
Absolutely.
So we advanced there. C.E. King. We were also drinking Fort Bend Kool-Aid here, and we took one on the nose. C.E. King defeats our Hightower Hurricanes 38-21. That was one where I did pick Hightower, but I thought that was kind of more of a toss-up game. You know, C.E. King obviously plays in what they call the SEC of high school football in 21-6A. So any thoughts on that one as they get the 17-point win?
This is something that you may hear from time to time on H-Town Pick'em. Formal apology to C.E. King.
Yes.
Because I didn't anticipate them being able to have that level of margin of victory. I said that the score was going to be within 7 points, but that's part of the beauty of the game is that you have to play it on the field, not on any scoreboard or not on the computer. You know what I'm saying? This isn't NCAA. But, you know, respect to C.E. King. They definitely, while you might look at their record, they are battle-tested. They're tough, and they come out of a very difficult district, so they're prepared to play the game.
The Katy Tigers, all the fans of H-Town Pick'em know I'm actually moving to Katy. I don't know if I've told Roger this, but we're moving. We're going to build a house out there in Katy, so my young son, Bo, he's only 6 months old, but conceivably one day he'll be a Katy Tiger, which as a kid that grew up in Houston, I'm just tickled to death about that, but long way to go, Dad. Calm down. But Katy, their winning ways continue. They defeat Humble Summer Creek 35-7. We both picked Katy, but this one, the scoreline surprised me. I've been impressed with Summer Creek. I didn't think Katy could beat them by 4 scores. Were you surprised?
I actually wasn't very surprised because I thought that Summer Creek was a good matchup for Katy. You know, a team that is built on mental toughness and physicality and discipline and not necessarily athleticism. Well, Katy plays physical, tough, you know, mentally strong offense and defense. So I think that would have just been a good matchup for them as long as they execute the game. I felt like, you know, Katy could have been able to win that game a little bit more handedly, and that's what happened.
Okay, Galena Park North Shore, they get a 49-21 win over Katy Cinco Ranch. We talked all the time about Gavin Rutherford and Seth Savarino. Like, Cinco Ranch has a legit high-profile passing attack, but they put up 21 points, which is very impressive against North Shore, but North Shore takes care of business. Probably not too much analysis there. I mean, we don't typically pick against North Shore or Katy until, you know, we're backed into a corner, and we both picked Galena Park here.
One thing about that game, from what I heard, is that Cinco Ranch did have the lead for some time, so definitely the offense was able to get going. But the thing is, North Shore, they've been here and they do this, and they're here for a reason, and they were able to kind of reestablish control, and they were able to get away with pretty handed victory. So, yeah.
Every now and then on the show, we have a little bit of prefabricated manufactured drama. And this is one of the ones where we talked about Port Neches Groves and Brenham. Yes. And I was kind of saying, I think I'm making the wrong pick here, but let's just do it so we have differing viewpoints on the show. I picked Brenham, and I was wrong. Port Neches Groves at NRG Stadium gets a 38-28 win over Brenham. So, Obi, you were correct. So this is going to lead to a rematch for the Fort Bend Marshall Buffaloes and their district rival Port Neches Groves Indians. Marshall took care of business during the regular season. So I can already tell you now, in H-Town Pick'em episode on Sunday, I'm going to pick Marshall to win again over Port Neches Groves. But congratulations to Coach Joseph, the son of Gary Joseph. So the coaching lineage of the Josephs is strong. This is Jeff Joseph. His son is the head coach at Port Neches Groves. So they get the nice win there. And I think that may actually do it as far as games that were completed here in the afternoon slate. So before we kind of turn it back over for some of our sponsors, Obi, anything you want to say to the fans before we sign off for our halftime break?
Well, first off, just thank you for having me on the show and having you guys up here with you. You know, main thing is just to, yes, like Coach Kobo echoes, check out the H-Town Pick'em podcast.
Please.
Dropping every Sunday. All it is just a former coach and his nose guard picking games and trying to bring a college-like picking atmosphere to the high school football landscape. And so that's all it is. It's fun, loving, no sponsorship to the team other than what we're doing right now. And, you know, just tune in with us. And if you have any games that you want us to talk about, we'll do it for you.
All right, thank you, Mike Obi. We will take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with the second half of action here on Fight Fort Bend.
Hello, I'm Gary Horn with Horn Solutions. We agree with energy analysts that the energy market has stabilized. We anticipate significant merger and acquisition activity. Good resources are scarce. Horn Solutions is positioned to assist you in accounting, finance, IT, and supply chain. Our staff can assist you with outsourcing, or we can supply you with resources to join your staff. Visit hornsolutions.net for details.
Gary Horn is a highly successful businessman who has made a huge impact in people's lives, and he loves what he does for a living. That's a big reason why Gary Horn and Horn Solutions support Get a Great Gig. Get a Great Gig is a free job search consultation service that will help you find a job you love, whether it's to make more money or get personal fulfillment in the career of your choice. Email them at getagreatgig@gmail.com or on Twitter at getgreatgigs.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, not up the stairs. We tried that last time. No. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
Hey, Fort Bend County fans, this is Bradley Stavanaugh with Needville Insurance Agency.
Bradley is my insurance man. He can save you hundreds, if not thousands of dollars every year on your car insurance, home insurance, or flood insurance, or all three like he did for me. And Bradley, you are as Fort Bend County as they come, right?
That's right, fourth generation here in the Needville area in Fort Bend County, taking care of folks over here for over 100 years here in Fort Bend County.
You can give him a call, you can go online, or he'll even come see you at the Needville Insurance Agency. Give him the number, Bradley.
979-793-7411.
Archer Volkswagen showroom is open, and our team's excited to help you. Visit our sales department Monday through Saturday from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Or bring your car in for service from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. We're closed on Sundays to rest and recharge with our families, so we can serve you well through the week. We hope to see you soon.
High school sports don't just happen. There's a ton of work that goes into every single athletic event.
And we have our school's athletic director to thank for a lot of it. Thank you.
For scheduling officials, so I can always play the game I love.
For ordering quality athletic equipment, so I can stay safe on the field.
For mentoring my coaches, so they can be the best role models for me.
For coordinating transportation, so I can get focused for the big game.
For helping us develop character and learn lessons that will benefit us for the rest of our lives.
Thank you to our AD for always creating a positive experience for us. We'll never forget it.
From all of us at the NIAAA, thank you to every athletic administrator in Texas for all you do to enrich the lives of your students. It does not go unnoticed. This message presented by the NIAAA, the National Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Football fans, you don't want to miss the UIL State Football Championship experience at Cowboy Stadium in Arlington in December. Come on out for an action-packed 4 days, Wednesday the 14th through Saturday, December the 17th, and witness the best teams in each division battle it out for the final games of the season. Tickets and all tournament pass information can be found at uiltexas.org. We're about 4 minutes away from resuming this game. Atascocita leads the Ridgepoint Panthers in this third-round game in Class 6A Division I. The winner to face North Shore next week. And as James Kovaleski let you know moments ago, we know that it'll be Port Neches Groves taking on Marshall. We had the game earlier this afternoon. Marshall really put a whooping on Montgomery Lake Creek by a score of 55-18, and you can always go back and listen to the VipeFortBend.com podcast. It's there for you anytime you need it. It's always free, so listen live during the game and listen later on our podcast at VipeFortBend.com. Marshall looking very, very good in Class 5A Division II, but they will have to beat Port Neches Groves again as they did back in their first district game at Mercer Stadium way back in September. We had that one for you also on VipeFortBend.com. 19-14 at Atascocita over Ridgepoint. We'll take another break and be back and kick this one off. Atascocita will get the football first in quarter number 3.
Equitable Advisors financial professionals know the path to a fulfilling future begins with getting to know who you are and what matters to you most. They work with people as individuals. That's how they deliver on their mission, just like Nick Arevalo, CFP. Talk to your local Equitable Advisor financial professional at 281-712-8777 or visit nickarevalo.com. That's NICKAREVALO.com. Together, you and my friend Nick can plan a future that reflects all of who you are. Equitable Advisors, LLC, New York, New York, member FINRA SIPC, investment advisory through Equitable Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. CFP is a certification mark owned by the Certified Financial Planner Board of Standards, Incorporated. This mark is awarded to individuals who successfully complete the CFP Board's initial and ongoing certification requirements.
First Tire and Automotive heard you were starting your holiday shopping earlier this year, so the season of giving starts now. $20 off brake pad service. Since you will be traveling more, check out the back on the road fluid check specials and tire specials. Yes, First Tire and Automotive has those too. Your holiday savings start now. Check out the website firsttireandauto.com for details and to book your appointment today. First Tire and Automotive with 4 convenient locations in Sugar Land and Cinco Ranch. firsttireandauto.com.
Take care of you so you can take care of business. Office Depot Office Max.
Taking care of business. Sure, you liked just being in base.
All right, folks, we're less than a minute away from resuming our football game. 19-14 at Atascocita on top of your Ridgepoint Panthers. And, you know, Kovo, Mother Nature is cooperating sort of. When the teams went into the locker rooms for the halftime break, it was a torrent.
Yes.
Heavy, heavy raindrops. I mean, it was terrible. It was Old Testament, you know. And then right before the teams came back out, then all of a sudden it's not quite so bad.
The football gods have been smiling upon us right after Ridgepoint got that incredible touchdown-saving tackle on the potential pick 6 from Ezel Jolly. You know, that was the first thing when the football gods smiled upon Ridgepoint, and now they're smiling upon all of us by granting us a little bit clearer, hopefully second half here of just a light rain and not a heavy downpour.
All right, so there are a few hardy souls in the stadium. I mean, you think about the crowd that we would have if the weather was ideal, but it has clearly kept some folks away. and kept a lot of people off the front row, although a
lot of them probably said, hey, I'd rather sit at home and listen to Roger and Kobo.
Yes, I'm sure. I'm sure thousands and thousands of people have thought that. But by the way, always got to tip my cap, even if I'm not wearing one, to the Ridgepoint Panther Pack student section. Yes. They are so spirited, so creative, and, of course, there's not as many of them tonight, but they just they bring it. They came up with the baby powder explosions, and sometimes they'll wear the rodeo getup. I really like a beautiful Houston girl with the short denim pants and the cowboy boots. Don't really like it so much when the guys wear it, but it does make me laugh.
A lot of the kids now, they wear like the yellow construction vests. I've seen a lot of student sections doing that this season. So I don't fully understand the reason behind what that is.
They just want to be noticed.
It's cool.
They don't want to get run over.
Yeah.
All right, Holden Gray's going to kick it off for Ridgepoint. The Panthers will be going from left to right, but Atascocita will get the football first. And by the way, I forgot to put my glasses back on. Sorry about that. And it is Blaylock, far sideline, gets out of bounds near the 32-yard line. It was another pop-up kick. And I was looking for Kyron Pate. He's the guy who's caught 2 touchdown passes, and he was the deepest of those kick returners. But Ridgepoint has gone with the pop-up kick time after time.
And now remember at the beginning of the game I said the entire Ridgepoint offense circled around the coach before the first play? Well, now the defense just did it. Something cool I've seen at Ridgepoint where not just the 11 that are about to go out there, the entire unit circles behind the coach before they go on the field. That's pretty cool.
That is good. Zion Brown leads the Eagles back out there. 19-14, they lead it. They have the ball at the 32-yard line, and he hands it off. There goes Blaylock bouncing outside. Riley chasing him, but he ends up getting 11 yards and a first down. Coming up from behind, D.K. Kalu, but he kind of knocked it forward for some more yardage.
That's where I'm just not a fan of they did basically kind of like, I don't know what you want to call it, junk defense of like everybody's just standing up at the line. And I mean, yeah, it's kind of confusing in a way, but like it's hard for the players to play good technique when they're all just standing up. You know what I mean? They're not used to their normal positions. Like Kalu is over the center now. Normally he's a defensive end. You see how they're all just kind of standing there? And it led to a big run.
1st and 10 from the 43, bootleg. Brown throws. He's got his man, Montgomery, and he's rushed out of bounds at the 47. Short gain, 4-yard pickup. Ryan Ramey and Taylor Davis collaborating on the tackle, and Davis, he likes to talk to the opposition, so he was chatting up the players along the bench for Atascocita.
Now, Roger, isn't he committed to like Kansas or something? He's committed to some Power 5 program.
I believe he is indeed.
He's going to be a great addition to any roster next year. I really love watching Taylor Davis.
2nd down and 6. There goes Blaylock. Hesitates. Hit. And Doucette and James Wally drive him back. He might have gotten a yard out of it, but they didn't. They were not fooled on that one.
Like I said, Peyton Doucette's a guy just like really standing out to me a lot tonight.
3rd down and 6.
The crowd would be roaring if it wasn't a big rainstorm. But we're glad you're listening. We'll try to show you with our words exactly what it looks like. 3rd down and 6. There goes a man in motion. Brown takes the snap, throws it over to the right side, and it's a catch and a nice move and a first down. All the way inside the 40 to the 38 in the hands of Claude Slaughter. That's a first down. Think of First Tyrant Automotive for all your car care needs. Check them out at FirstTyrantAuto.com.
Claude Slaughter looking like Webster Slaughter out there. Yeah, maybe could be Webster's son potentially.
You know what? You're right.
Yeah, really nice. He just the balance because he almost got tackled immediately. He kind of was able to spin out of that.
Now Brown throws it to the left side. Again Slaughter, and again he avoids a tackle where someone hit him low, but Ryan Ramey, I think he was being held. There's a penalty flag.
Yeah, they got a hold there on number 88, and it's kind of the officials. You know, they kind of makes me laugh when they throw the bag right at the player, and it actually hit the player in the chest.
Holding, number 88. By the way, you remember back in the 90s, there was this Cleveland Browns lineman.
Orlando
and the
Brown
official,
hit him in the eye.
Yeah, threw a line drive right into his eye.
And it damaged his eye.
Yeah, it ruined his career.
That's why I guess I don't like that. I just don't like that they do that. I know they do it to signify who they're going to call the penalty on, but maybe throw it at the ground more, you know?
The holding penalty makes it first down and 20 from the Ridgepoint 48. Brown drops back. He's chased out of the pocket. Off his back foot. Flings it toward the sideline, and the cheerleaders would have had a better chance to catch that one. But Taylor Davis, just for fun, he went beyond the boundary and tried to make a one-handed catch.
And I thought that was a really good job there by Zion Brown to just keep retreating so that he could just get rid of that ball. You know, in a game like this, that's where you don't want to force something and cause a turnover. But great job by number 15, James Wally. Like you said, he timed that perfectly.
Last week, James Wally made a lot of plays, but he misplaced his number 15 jersey in the gray, and so he was wearing a different number, and I didn't even know it was him. Fake to Blaylock, and a throw over here. Near side, just about a 7, maybe 8-yard gain. He gets it in the hands of Kyron Pate, the touchdown maker. But it's still going to be 3rd and long. 3rd and 12 for Atascocita from the Ridgepoint 41.
Yeah, both teams are playing their outside linebackers really tight. So basically with these two receivers down here, it becomes 2-on-2 instead of 3-on-2 if you had an outside linebacker. So that's why both teams are liking, especially Atascocita, really liking this little quick screen game.
Looks like press coverage by some of the Ridgepoint DBs. Brown steps up. He's going to run. He's got room. Look out. Getting near the numbers on the far side. And he's brought down to the open field by Mason Dossett. How about that? He really took a bad route. He should have just gone upfield.
He could have easily gotten the first
down. He was going to get the first down, and then he just kind of went sideways.
Yeah, I don't know what the thought process. Like, I don't remember earlier in the half he did a similar, or at the end of the first half he did a similar kind of run, but at that time he was trying to get to the sideline to stop the clock. Right there, man, I think the coaches are going to look at that film and be like, man, he really could have just went forward and gotten that first down.
Okay, this is the 3rd time in the game Atascocita has gone for it on 4th down.
I think it's a good. There's kind of in no man's land here.
They're too far out for a field goal. It doesn't make sense to punt, so they might as well. And now we got a whistle.
Coach Stump took timeout.
There was a flag. They may pick it up.
They're about to get a delay of game, and Coach took timeout.
All right, thank you, Rocky Marcinelli. We'll be back.
Archer Volkswagen showroom is open, and our team's excited to help you. Visit our sales department Monday through Saturday from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Or bring your car in for service from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. We're closed on Sundays to rest and recharge with our families, so we can serve you well through the week. We hope to see you soon.
We're back, and just as Kovo has described, you have all of those defensive players, every single one of them going out and talking during the timeout. 4th and 5, Atascocita has to reach the Ridgepoint 29 to move the sticks. What'll they do? What will they do? 19-14, Atascocita leads it 3rd quarter. Brown drops back, steps up, throws, got a completion, and it's going to be a first down. Just enough. Peyton Doucette slammed into Claude Slaughter, but he had what he needed if they spot it correctly.
Yeah, I was right at the stick. They're going to move the chains. I got to give a quick shout out, Roger. My favorite, the #1 Spanish teacher in El Mundo, in the world, Senora Lisa Booker just messaged me, and she was our #1 Spanish teacher at Ridgepoint. I think she's a former teacher of Obi's as well. She listened to our halftime show, and she's listening right now, so just say, one of the huge thanks to Senora Booker, Lisa Booker. She was awesome. Her son Matthew, her daughter Grace were longtime attendees of my summer fitness camp at Ridgepoint. So thank you for tuning in, and go Panthers, Senora Booker.
Yes, there are people out there listening. Brown throws to the far sideline, back shoulder throw, and it just was way off target, looking for Claude Slaughter. Ryan Ramey was running right with him, and the ball was thrown 3 or 4 yards short of where Slaughter was.
That's kind of the cool thing about Ridgepoint, though. It really is such a community that even all these years later, I mean, I haven't been at Ridgepoint since 2014, and we still have these relationships, and so many people are like that. But
Scholars and champions. Second down and 10. Brown to throw. Plenty of time. Throws, and he's got a completion. 18-yard line, make it the 16. Mason Dossett slings down T.C. Lee, but it moves the sticks. Atascocita is in the red zone. It's a first down. Think of First Tire and Automotive for all your car care needs. Check them out at firsttireandauto.com. Atascocita threatening to make it a 2-score game. And they play kind of quickly from the 17, 1st and 10. Brown hands it off to Blaylock. Great blocking. Slices through for 9 yards. Ryan Ramey had to come up and make the tackle. Correction, Taylor Davis. I saw the 7. I didn't see the 2.
Gain is good to the 9-yard line.
Atascocita is ready to roll again on 2nd and 2. There goes Blaylock, first down, gets to the 4-yard line, slung down by Kalu, but it's 1st and goal.
They're going quick now, Roger.
They really are.
Gain is good to the 4-yard line. 1st and goal.
Give to Montgomery. Smashes to the 1, gets inside the 1, and Peyton Doucette shoves him backward. And now they're going to bring in some more bulk. But I don't think they're bringing in Tuamanu Pepe this time.
First time going under the center tonight.
It's going to be an I formation with 3 backs behind Brown. Turns around, gives to Blaylock, dives into the end zone. Touchdown Atascocita. And they lead at 25 to 14.
Yeah, great drive there for Atascocita. There's an injured Panther down on the field.
We have an official's timeout on the field for an injured player.
Okay. Ridge Point is now down by 2 scores for the first time this evening. And they are going to look at the injured player. We can't really tell who it is. We'll be right back on VipeFortBend.com.
Hello, I'm Gary Horn with Horn Solutions. We agree with energy analysts that the energy market has stabilized. We anticipate significant merger and acquisition activity. Good resources are scarce. Horn Solutions is positioned to assist you in accounting, finance, IT, and supply chain. Our staff can assist you with outsourcing, or we can supply you with resources to join your staff. Visit hornsolutions.net for details.
Gary Horn is a highly successful businessman who has made a huge impact in people's lives, and he loves what he does for a living. That's a big reason why Gary Horn and Horn Solutions support Get a Great Gig. Get a Great Gig is a free job search consultation service that will help you find a job you love, whether it's to make more money or get personal fulfillment in the career of your choice. Email them at getagreatgig@gmail.com or on Twitter at getgreatgigs.
James Eaglin was the injured player. He trotted off. I think he's going to be okay. Ibrahim is back out there to try the extra point. He yanked one to the left earlier tonight, but that one is through the uprights and good to make the score 26 to 14. Atascocita over Ridge Point, 6:17 to go in this third quarter. We'll be back on VipeFortBend.com.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, now up the stairs. We tried that last time. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
Mason Dossett returns the kickoff to the 22-yard line, and that's where Ridge Point will have it. Down by 12 points on the tackle for Atascocita, Keshawn Parker.
And Roger, one last thing on Senora Booker. I didn't realize she has a youngest son, Ryan, who's a senior on the team. So I didn't actually get the pleasure of coaching him, but he's a senior. So thanks again for tuning in, Senora Booker. But this is a critical drive for Ridgepoint. You're down 12 now, so you're now it's a 2-score game. I mean, they've leaned on Carlisle's arm throughout the game. We'll see if they can do it here.
Give to Jolly, who was getting a lot of daylight in one of their later possessions in the second quarter, and he runs for 3 yards over the right side there. Gets to the 25. D'Angelo Hayes on the tackle for Atascocita. They're going to continue to play their basic defense. They actually gave him a gain of 4 there. 2nd and 6. Ridgepoint started to kind of muddle huddle again. 15 seconds on the play clock. Blitz from the edge. Carlisle gets it out of his hand quickly. Dossett with a catch at the 30 for a pickup of 4 more yards. It'll bring up a 3rd and 2. It was just a little comeback route.
He's hit right away by the Eagles. Number 2.
Really nice, favorable spot with the forward progress. I mean, I think here you could run. You could definitely run and pick this up. It's 3rd and very short.
Looked like it should have been 3rd and 2. It is 3rd and 1. Carlisle clapped his hands, maybe trying to get Atascocita to jump. They didn't. Clock ticking down to 5 minutes. Carlisle's going to throw on 3rd and 1. Pumps it, runs to the left, and he doesn't get the first down. In fact, he's belted out of bounds, and that's a loss of 2. Not a good play call for that situation. Markel Dorsey-Abram belted him out. It's 4th down and 6. And they got to punt it now. You said it was an important possession. It looked like they were in good shape on 3rd and 1, but
I see the thought process because I mean I was saying run it, but they ran kind of like a bootleg action off of that because they were thinking, yeah, Atascocita's gonna load up for the run, so we can probably hit them on the bootleg, but it was all covered down. You got to tip your cap to Atascocita. They didn't take the cheese, so to speak.
Braylon Conley back to receive the Zach Barger punt. It's wobbly, far sideline, a very effective punt, goes out of bounds at the Atascocita 39.
Now, I'm no quarterback expert like my good friend Derek Ruthart, the OC at Fort Bend Clements, or like you, Rogers, you are a quarterback for the McCullough Highlanders back in your day. But watching Zion Brown in that last drive, did you notice, like when he's in the pocket, he really overly emphasizes keeping his feet hot. Like I could see him as he's going through his progressions, he was like really chopping his feet, and it's something where again that's not my forte. When I was coaching, I was more in the trenches, so I don't know the science behind that. But it's just something I noticed about Zion Brown. You know, maybe for you to watch for is he really does a good job keeping those feet active in the pocket.
Happy feet from the 39. Brown is going to throw, steps up in the pocket. Now he's rushed and sacked. Calvin Alexander grabbed a part of his jersey, not the horse collar part, and yanked him down for a loss of 4.
Yeah, but I think, happy feet, like a lot of times we have a connotation like that's like leaving the pocket too early. It's not even like that. It's just that he's like, it's something he's been coached to do to just keep his feet hot. Like maybe that helps him in his delivery or whatnot, but he's got pretty good pocket presence. Like, he took the sack there, but again, I think it's okay in this kind of conditions. It's okay to take a sack.
On 2nd and 14, Brown gets rid of it quickly. It's going to be a short pitch and catch in the flat. About a 5-yard pickup as he delivers it to Darrell Gill. It's raining a little bit still, but the drops are very small now.
One of the things when I was defensive coordinator at Ridgepoint that I really try to pride ourselves on was we wanted to be a team that defenses didn't want to run these quick screens against. And so we tried our best to drill how to quickly respond, but it's not easy. And Atascocita is very good. Like, their timing is precise on these little quick screens that they're running.
3rd down and 7, pistol formation. Bootleg, Brown rolling out. Wally chasing him. Gets outside the numbers. Flings it down the field and out of bounds. Great job by the Ridgepoint defense.
Pressure by the Panthers, number 15.
One thing I like about Zion Brown, he knows when to take a sack and when to just throw it out of bounds and live to fight another day.
All right, now their very strong-legged punter, Zachary Emmerich. He can really boot the football.
Deep snap is number 70, Connor Sullivan.
2 guys are back for Ridgepoint. One of them is Ashton Bethel-Roman, who already has a touchdown catch this evening, and Nick Thomas, who wears number 1. 3:25 to go in the 3rd. Ridgepoint down by 12. trying to save their season. Emmerich's punt is away. It's not his best. Ashton Bethel Roman at the 29. And he bounces off tackler, still going. And gets a return of about 5-6 yards to the 35. And
yeah, I saw a flag come in. I was trying to diagnose what it was. It came from the umpire behind the defense, and Atascocita is pointing that it's on Ridgepoint.
Yeah, it so often is on a return play. Once the ball is kicked on a punt.
Ashton Bethel Roman, I believe that is the younger brother of Mark Roman, who was one of our receivers at the early iterations. Their dad, Mark Roman Sr., played for the 49ers for a time. So there are NFL. You see this a lot at Ridgepoint with Kalu. DK Kalu's dad, ND, was an All-American at Rice and played for the Eagles. So a lot of times in Siena, a lot of pro athletes tend to like to live in Siena for whatever reason. You know, obviously it's a great community, but you see a lot of Ridgepoint. You see some NFL bloodlines.
In fact.
Number 27. 5-yard penalty been tacked on at the end of the run.
Okay, 27 of, I don't think it's Taylor Davis.
That makes it, it's a tack. Oh, look at Coach LeFavors is hot. He's upset. And he's, wow, Coach LeFavors is really upset at that. And
okay.
I think there's confusion there. Because like you said, Taylor Davis.
Okay, there's going to be a timeout. Rocky Marcinelli is walking over. And there's going to be a discussion. I was just going to point out, you're talking about NFL bloodlines. There are a whole bunch of NFL bloodlines within the Ridgepoint volleyball program.
Oh, okay.
Because you've got Sean Rogers, his daughter Kennedy.
Oh, wow.
And then you got Wade Smith, 12 years an NFL lineman. His daughter Arissa is a senior. She will graduate and had a great career at Ridgepoint. And her little sister Aaliyah, still in the program and will be a junior next year, I believe. And you also have Adrian Peterson's daughter, Adasia.
Wow, Adrian Peterson? Are you serious?
That's right.
That's a big brush of fame. I saw him one time running at the track. And
I was at a volleyball match, and people were filing in after the JV match was over. I was about to start talking, and I saw this guy go by, and I thought, wow, that guy looked like Adrian Peterson.
Well, let me ask you this. Was he like skinnier and more slender than you thought he'd be in real life? I thought the exact same thing.
Much smaller guy, yeah. First and 10 for Ridgepoint now from the 34. The discussion is over. There goes Ezel Jolly, and he runs tough but only gets 2 yards. He had somebody kind of messing with his feet, and that was number 90. I don't know who number 90. Yes, I do. It's Adrian Contreras, whom you mentioned earlier.
And quick thought on that, because I've also saw J.J. Watt at HEB one time. Same thing I thought of Adrian Peterson. Not that they're skinny or small, but they're just more slender because they're just so athletic, and I think they can put on muscle when they need to.
Second down and 8. Carlisle throws to the near sideline and in and out of the hands of Ashton Bethel Roman, who slipped just a little bit coming out of his break. He was covered by Braylon Conley, and now it's 3rd and 8. Ridgepoint can't just keep punting the ball away. They've got to convert here.
I think it's the strength of the Atascocita run defense that's kind of been the difference. Jolly has run really hard, but there hasn't been a lot of opening for him. And I think it's been to where now Ridgepoint's kind of having to rely on the pass so much, and Atascocita is overplaying it now. Remember early on in the game when I talked about how Atascocita was like saying, hey, daring them to pass? Now Atascocita is playing coverage.
Dropping back is Carlisle. Throws deep over the middle. Dawson on the run. He's got it. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Oh. Mason Dawson! Wow! 64 yards and a touchdown with 2:29 to go in the third. Woohoo!
Throw. What a throw. And again, that was the coverage was there by design. There was a corner on the outside, and the safety was ready for it, but just safety took a bad angle, and Carlisle just dropped it right over the top of that safety. Just beautiful ball.
The way he led him, he just made him accelerate, and when Mason and Dossett accelerates, you got something. Holden Gray's extra point kick is good. 2:29 to go in this third quarter, and suddenly it's a lot more interesting. 26-21, Ridgepoint is down. We'll be back.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, not up the stairs. We tried that last time. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
Kovo was talking about NFL bloodlines at Ridgepoint. Mason Dossett's dad, Martin, played for the Green Bay Packers.
Really?
Yeah. And he is like lightning in a bottle. 2:29 to go in the quarter, and Holden Gray kicks off fairly deep, but it's going to go out of bounds at about the 7.
You know, Roger, I think that Ridgepoint fans might have been dreading LAE, Life After Emmanuel. Because Bird Emanuel Jr. was just such an awesome quarterback for them, and it's been so cool watching him blow up at Central Michigan.
Oh, yeah.
It took them several games to realize that he's the best quarterback on their roster, but they have put him in, and he is straight balling out. But this may have happened a couple games ago, but this is my first time seeing it. I'm telling you, a star is born in Austin Carlisle. You know, so again, you're never going to forget Bird Emanuel Jr. as a Ridgepoint fan, but quickly he's been matched, you know, with a new quarterback on the scene that's going to propel the Panthers for good seasons for the next 2 years after this one.
And I'm also looking forward to seeing him on the baseball diamond, because I understand he will be the shortstop, or has a very good chance to be the shortstop. Clearly he has a good enough arm for it. Just such a good athlete, so quick.
Can I do one more NFL bloodline?
Oh, you bet.
In honor of the game tomorrow. And it's so crazy. I'm just such a huge Michigan fan. I coached the daughter of the A-Train.
Oh, yeah.
The A-Train, number 32. His daughter, Anthony Thomas, his daughter Alexia, was in my class and played on my girls' basketball team. So I always affectionately referred to her as the A-Train.
Atascocita decided to make Ridgepoint kick it again, and Holden Gray does. This is going to be pretty decent field position for the Eagles as they return it to the 33. And that was T.C. Lee. And a nice low tackle by Kentrell Butler of your Ridgepoint Panthers. And all those defensive players out there, 11 will go on out and play defense on 1st and 10 from the 33. They've got to be enthused after that quick strike touchdown.
1st and 10.
Yeah, Atascocita here, I think what they should do is not get away from the run. You know, I think that they want to continue to run the football. Ridgepoint's selling out. It's all man coverage on the outside.
Give to Blaylock. Gets past the first wave of tacklers and picks up 4. Going straight ahead.
On the tackle for the Panthers, number 34.
So Ridgepoint playing man-to-man coverage out there, and they're trying to basically what that does when you play man-to-man on the outside, it allows you to outnumber them in the box, right, at the point of attack. The danger is if you can get past that first wave, now there's no deep safety to make the tackle.
It's actually 5.5 yards on the play, and there's a carry for 7 or 8 more and another first down at the 45-yard line. Think of First Tire and Automotive for all your car care needs. Check them out at firsttireandauto.com. 1:48 left in quarter number 3. Atascocita leading 26-21 and driving with the ball at their own 45. 1st and 10. Brown hands it off to Blaylock. Hit in the backfield, but leans forward and gets 2.
I've said this once before. I don't like when Atascocita does the jet motion and then hands off the ball because it's causing a delay in the handoff. And Ridgepoint is coming so hard off the edges. Every time it leads to a tackle for loss or tackle for no gain. So I just think that's just not a good play against the style of defense that Ridgepoint plays. It takes too long to develop.
1 yard gain, not 2. Cortez Nichols and James Wally. Last tackle. 2nd down and 9. And it's a keeper. And a rollout and a pass complete to T.C. Lee. Far sideline. He goes out of bounds. 5 yards short of the first down. Big play coming. 3rd and 5 right at the midfield stripe. Clock stopped with 58 seconds to go in the third because he went out of bounds. Press coverage by the Ridge Point defensive backs. Dropping back is Brown. He's chased. He's dropping way back, throwing deep down the field. It's tipped and incomplete. I think there were Atascocita and Ridge Point fingertips on the ball, but it fell to the turf. Good job by the Ridge Point defense.
Brown's pass intended for number 15.
They gave up one first down, but then forced a punt.
Great stop by the defense.
And Atascocita has to be thinking, we don't want to give the ball back to Ridge Point
Somebody's
right
cramping
now.
for Ridge Point on the sideline.
Connor Sullivan.
You see one of the players, they're trying to stretch out his calf. I can't tell who it is.
Back deep to receive for the Panthers, number 8, Ashton Bethel Roman, and number 1, Nick Thomas.
Emmerich gets it away. Oh, they were selling out to block it. They did get a piece of it, I think.
I think they did.
I think they did. And it's a very short punt, and it rolls to a stop at the Ridge Point 35.
Coach Rick LeFavors was this. I believe he's a special teams coordinator at Rice for a time period. Coach LeFavors really values special teams, and I would say Ridge Point looked pretty good in the special teams area tonight. That's a huge block. Remember, Atascocita had the big missed extra point, which kind of factored in a little bit there. So I'd say Ridge Point's probably winning the battle on special teams, and here they are, just down by 5. The ability to get a go-ahead score here.
And the ball is actually at the 39 of Ridge Point, 4 yards better than it looked like they were going to spot it. Carlisle and company out on the field with the ball in the left hash, moving left to right for the final 41 seconds of the third quarter, and they trail 26-21. Fake to Jolly. Carlisle drops back. He's throwing deep again. He wants Bethel Roman, and it is caught at the 10. Oh, what a catch!
Carlisle to number 8, Ashton Bethel Roman.
Beautiful switch route there.
So many beautiful deep balls. That was beautiful.
Him and Dossett just kind of cross each other like in a scissors concept. So Roman was on the outside, then he went inside. And these safeties are getting caught flat-footed. I mean, the Ridge Point receiver is just flying right by him.
They put him at the 13. I think they shorted him, but that's okay. Give to Jolly, trying the right side, and he runs into a guy that he's gotten to know a lot tonight, Michael Muskis. 2-yard run, 2nd and 8.
A gain of 1
Man,
to the 12-yard line.
I can't. I've been saying it a lot, but the difference in this game is Austin Carlisle. His ability to get that ball down the field has been a game changer.
They get a play underway before the quarter expires. Fade route to the corner. Incomplete. He was trying to get it to Gabriel Bro. And as the ball was in the air, the third quarter clock expired. We'll come back with a 3rd down and 8 for Ridge Point. And they're trailing 26-21. The fourth quarter coming your way on VikeFortBend.com.
Archer Volkswagen showroom is open, and our team's excited to help you. Visit our sales department Monday through Saturday from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Or bring your car in for service from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. We're closed on Sundays to rest and recharge with our families, so we can serve you well through the week. We hope to see you soon.
First Tire and Automotive heard you were starting your holiday shopping earlier this year, so the season of giving starts now. $20 off brake pad service. Since you will be traveling more, check out the back on the road fluid check specials and tire specials. Yes, First Tire and Automotive has those too. Your holiday savings start now. Check out the website firsttireandauto.com for details and to book your appointment today. First Tire and Automotive with 4 convenient locations in Sugar Land and Cinco Ranch. firsttireandauto.com.
The Panthers have the ball at
Ridge
the
Point
Eagles' 12-yard
offense
line.
talking about it
It
for a
is
long
3rd
time.
down and 9.
Over there, outside the numbers. Now they take the field and the play clock starts. 21 seconds to get off an important play. 3rd down and 8. Carlisle sends Bethel Roman in motion. Drops back. Looking back to Bethel Roman. Near side. Makes a move near the 8-yard line, and he's stonewalled and thrown back, and that's not nearly what they needed for the first down. It'll be 4th down and 4.
Decision time for Coach.
Got it. I'm thinking maybe got to go for it.
Me and Obi were just talking about this at the break.
Obi agrees with you.
Bring up 4th
I'd
down and
kick it.
4.
And
I agree with Coach LeFavors.
Yeah, and Coach LeFavors agrees with you because Holden Gray is going out there for a 25-yard field goal attempt from the near hash. Actually, he had the spot in the wrong place. It'll be a 24-yarder. Joshua DeBoer, the holder. The kick is in the air. The kick is good.
And the 24-yard field goal attempt
26 to 24.
The reason why I say kick it because of the way your defense has been playing.
Yeah.
You know, and now another field goal wins it. So you could have gone either way, and it was a good call either way. But I like what LeFavors did there.
And we'll just keep it right here.
Can I have a sponsor suggestion for you? Maybe you should reach out to.
I would love any good suggestions.
Let's reach out to Fitbit, and then we do a segment where we make Coach LeFavors wear his Fitbit, and then we reveal at the end of the show how many steps at the end of the game. I mean, because I love watching him. He is a continual ball of energy. He runs up and down that sideline. Like when I saw that player cramping, the reason I knew was Coach LeFavors sprinted over there to go check on the player, then he sprinted back to watch the play. I mean, he probably runs a half marathon. Honestly, I'm being dead serious. Coach LeFavors is constantly running up and down that sideline, and I am here for it. I love it.
And I think it was Carlisle that he was running over there too.
Well, yeah, I would too because
he's
important.
His presence on the field, very important. Okay, so now if Holden Gray kicks another field goal before Atascocita puts anything else on the board, then Ridge Point's up, showing the wisdom of kicking the field goal. Pop-up kick comes down to the 18. And it's a nice return out to the 34-yard line in the arms of Kyron Pate.
On the return for the Eagles, number 88, Kyron Pate.
Again, we go back to Ezel Jolly. Could have been a touchdown for Atascocita earlier on that scoop and score, or the interception, pick six opportunity. Ezel Jolly chased it down. Atascocita ended up getting stopped on downs. And then just a play later, Ridge Point scores. You know, so in games like these, you can point, you know, it's never just one play, but you can always point to like little plays. And actually, I've heard Coach LeFavors talk about this. In any game, there's like 3 or 4 plays that can really swing it. You never know when those plays are going to be. That's why you have to play hard every single play.
Empty backfield, and now Blaylock moves to the right of Zion Brown. Give to Blaylock up the middle. He's got a lot of daylight. Gets across midfield. Down at the 48-yard line as Taylor Davis came up and made part of the tackle, and so too did Justin Brown, who's kind of moving around a little bit uncomfortably.
That's what I like best out of, and you can tell Ridge Point's making a sub here. They're going to bring in they're going to bring in a D lineman and take out their Mike linebacker to get bigger, but they're going to stay in their base.
1st and 10 from the Ridge Point 48. There's another give to Blaylock, and Ridge Point there with better defense this time, just 2 yards. And it's 2nd down and 8. Cortez Nichols, Calvin Alexander, KJ Riley.
Gain of 2 yards to the 46-yard
and then,
line.
you know, obviously you're not in field goal range now, but if you're Atascocita, I mean, I definitely would be ready to kick. Because if you can even just get a field goal, now you're forcing Ridge Point to have to go for a touchdown.
Brown waits for the snap on 2nd and 8, drops back, steps up. Here comes the pocket collapsing. Deep throw, and it is incomplete. Ryan Ramey poked it away. What a beautiful defensive play. Darrell Gill went up for it, and Ryan Ramey did it just right. And no flag.
No flag. Good coverage there from Ramey.
Ryan Ramey.
By the way, the PA guy here sounds awesome, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's very clear, but he's not too loud, and he doesn't split your ears open when he says, first down. 3rd down and 8.
Man-to-man coverage, Roger. Ridge Point's blitzing.
Bring the heat.
And now Atascocita's checking it. They're looking to their coaches. They're checking the play.
Checking down. 5 seconds on the play clock. Brown takes the snap. Here comes the rush. He steps up. He's going to run. He's got the 1st down and more. Look out, he may score. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown. Oh, that's devastating.
Quarterback number 1, Zion
That's the disadvantage of the man coverage, Roger. It's like we talked about earlier. Yes, you're blitzing, but if you can just get past that initial wave, now there's no safeties there to make the tackle. They're all in coverage. And, you know, just tough. Just tough.
Yeah.
Good job by the O-line to handle all that pressure and to pick it up and allow a nice little lane there for Brown to take off.
It's the old risk-reward thing. I mean, you're trying to make a play, but if it gets past your guys, there's not anybody back there. Extra point kick by Cushing, up and good. Our new score is 33-24. Ridge Point's got to score a touchdown and something else to overcome Atascocita with 9:47 to go.
Archer Volkswagen showroom is open, and our team's excited to help you. Visit our sales department Monday through Saturday from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Or bring your car in for service from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. We're closed on Sundays to rest and recharge with our families, so we can serve you well through the week. We hope to see you soon.
That Archer Volkswagen touchdown scoring drive was 66 yards in 3 plays. It consumed 1 minute, 17 seconds, and Zion Brown scrambled out of a pass play. He ran for it and scored from 46 yards out, and Cushing to kick. 9:47 to go. Dossett watches it bounce into the end zone. He'll let it go, and Ridge Point will take it at the 25-yard line.
That was always a source of debate between myself and like Jimmy Hammond, you know, our secondary coach, was when do you show the blitz? I always politic for showing it as late as possible because you have those situations. When you show the blitz early and you tip your hand, now everybody's got time. They can check to a different play. There's just less element of surprise. However, I understand why Coach Hammond wanted to show the blitzes earlier is because he was a secondary coach. He had to make sure everybody was covered properly. Like I was trying to, you know, have a little more deception, but at the same time, you got to cover. But I think in the box there, if the linebackers, you don't want to show. I'd rather blitz from a little bit further away than walk up to the line. They know I'm blitzing, if that makes sense.
All right, the ball's at the 25. Ridge Point going right to left from the far hash. Carlisle to throw.
Good protection.
And he throws sideline behind Jolly. He was open. It would have been a first down near the 40.
Longtime Ridge Point offensive line coach Chris Fisher is this guy that we've been with, you know, when we were there, and he's still there coaching the O-line. You got to give the flowers to the Ridge Point O-line in pass protection. I mean, they've been very good tonight. Carlisle, honestly, he's got a, you know, not that there's mud anymore or anything, but, you know, he's hypothetically speaking, he's got a clean jersey. You know, he has not taken a bunch of big hits, and he's had time to throw.
2 receivers on the right. Fake to Jolly. Carlisle keeps it. Can't get beyond the pursuit. Oh, smelling it out. Markel Dorsey-Abram. He was all over him. It's a loss of 2.
Brings the quarterback down for a loss.
And it's 3rd and 12.
That's the thing I like about how Atascocita kind of just plays that base 3-4 defense. There's guys that aren't, they can just read the play and diagnose it and come make the tackle. So
24-yard line. 3rd down and 11.
So will Atascocita just play the base defense?
I think they will. I think they're going to play coverage here. But they're getting the call from their coach right now. We'll see what they do. They're in a nickel package.
Just a 3-man front. Carlisle to throw, steps up, looking down the field, and he's going to keep it, but he's got to break several tackles to get there, and he doesn't quite get there. He's out of bounds at the 32, and it's going to be 4th and what?
I think you got to go for it here.
I think so, but they're sending out the kicking unit apparently.
Well, the reason why I say go for it is because it's a 2-score game.
Yeah.
If you're down by 8, I'd punt it and trust the defense. But since it's 9, I'd go for it here. But
it is 4th and 4.
You got to watch a fake if you're Atascocita, though. You do want to make sure.
Yeah, Barger is. It's going to be a punt. He boots it away. And the punt returner slipped. I think he was going to try to field it on a hop, but he let it roll, and it goes all the way to the 19. So it's a really good punt.
You know, the more I think about it, the more I'm starting to go over towards LeFevour's decision here, just because it's still 8:36 to go. There's still a long way to go. I think I'm letting the 9-point differential dissuade me too much, and also because you're in your own territory there. So that ended up being a really good punt with the slip from the returner. So, end of the day, I think Coach LeFevour's made a good decision there.
50-yard punt with no return. So the defense has to get the ball back quickly. There's 8:36 to go, and Ridgepoint needs a touchdown and another score of some kind. Will Atascocita be conservative? They run the football. There goes Blaylock, breaks several tackles. Taylor Davis riding him down, but only after he picked up an 8-yard gain.
Number 6, Torrey Blaylock.
He started up the middle, made his way to the left.
He's ridden down by the Panthers. Number 27, Taylor
It's
Davis.
kind of disheartening because Ridgepoint was overloaded. They had numbers advantage in the box, and they still gave up 8 yards. And so it's kind of tough when you're trying to outnumber them at the point of attack, but they're just still so good inside running the football.
If Ridgepoint wins, we can say Fort Bend ISD teams, as the late great Meatloaf sang, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. But if Ridgepoint can't overcome this deficit, Marshall is the only team we have left. 2nd down and 2, and it looks like Atascocita messed up.
Run the snap. False start. Offense, number 72.
If you had to pick a team to hit your wagons to, that's a pretty good one in the Marshall Buffaloes.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about that.
I felt really good about them winning. They're going to rematch a team they've already beaten in the regional final.
That 5-yard penalty is assessed. The ball is now spotted.
PNG has given them some trouble back when they weren't in the same district and they would play each other in by-district. Of course, you and I did the game where it was Roshan Johnson's final game.
That's right, yeah. He had senior day at Texas today.
Marshall beat them pretty soundly.
Yes.
But they had a game at Hall Stadium one year where it was a close one. After that penalty, it's 2nd down and 7. Brown, quarterback draw. There he goes. Hit, and it's only just a 2-yard pickup.
Number 1, Zion Brown.
And a nice job. Let's see. I think that's a Ridgepoint Panther.
Noriel Dominguez.
Number 43, Noriel Dominguez.
Yeah, that's right. Noriel Dominguez.
Freshman. Wow, I got to highlight that name.
I'm pretty sure he's Norberto Dominguez's brother.
Okay.
That's, I'm kind of assuming there.
Might be the next Taylor Davis or Chad Bailey there, a freshman playing inside linebacker for Ridgepoint.
Huge play, 3rd and 5. Don't jump, Panthers. Do not jump. Play clock at 6. Brown takes the snap, drops back, looking to throw. Throws a slant. He's got his man. He's got a 1st down at the 32. He needed 5, and he got 8 on the completion to Claude Slaughter.
For Ridgepoint Panther fans listening, Chad Bailey was kind of like Mr. Panther there at Ridgepoint. And I just saw the news. He's going to return to Mizzou for his 6th year. Got a granted an extra year due to the COVID year. So we're excited to see Chad Bailey patrolling that middle for one more year up there in Columbia.
6:32 to go in the game, and Ridgepoint down by 9. They didn't want to give Atascocita a fresh set of downs. The Eagles have it at the 33. Give to Blaylock. He's running free across the 50. Look out. Taylor Davis drags him down. And the ball is at the 40-yard line. Another 1st and 10 for Atascocita.
Coach LeFevre is running down the sideline. He's doing a penalty flag. He wants maybe a hold or something. I don't know. He's upset, but
maybe Taylor Davis got called for horse collar. Maybe that's it.
Maybe that's what it is. But the thing I didn't like right there, Roger, you could see when they motion the backs back into the backfield, you could see the defenders go with them because they're playing man coverage, and that's just where it's hard to have a man but also fit the run correctly. I feel like because you're hesitating because you're watching to make sure your guy didn't go out for a route. And so that's what happened there, in my opinion. The run support was there a little bit late. And I think that's why you're seeing some of these runs start popping is Ridgepoint's starting to get desperate. They're starting to play more man-to-man coverage. And you talk about the risk-reward factor. It's kind of starting to – some holes are starting to pop open a little bit in the defense.
Okay, the flag was for horse collar, but LeFevre's won the argument. They picked up the flag. Another give to Blaylock. He's bouncing outside. And two flags come in after he tumbles forward for a gain of 4. And on the tackle, the aforementioned, well, wait a minute. 41, not 47. It's Marcus Sessom, a sophomore, but we'll check the flag. I'll turn it up for Rocky Marcinelli here when he starts talking. What you got, Rocky?
Adrian.
Holding. Offense, number 82. 10-yard penalty, still 1st down.
Okay, that's a break for the Panthers.
The ball is now spotted at the 49-yard line.
Caleb Walker got caught holding. Ball's now at the 49 with a first down and 20. 5:47 to go in the game. Ridgepoint badly needs the football. Brown, quarterback draw, hit early. Calvin Alexander all over him like a cheap suit.
Zion Brown on the
No gain, second down and 20.
Tackle made by the Panthers, number 34.
Yeah, I think if you're Atascocita, they're probably going to keep this one on the ground. Just ensure that the clock keeps running because, again, it's they're protecting a 2-score lead. So if they do throw, I think it'll be some kind of quick game. I don't think they're going to take a shot down the field.
If maybe a Ridgepoint DB could jump a route or something and tip a ball up in the air, that would be nice. Second down and 20.
Man-to-man coverage again.
Give to Blaylock, straight up the middle. A lot of yardage. Gets to the 37. That's more than half of what he needed. And a timeout taken by Ridgepoint.
Timeout, Ridgepoint.
And we'll take it with him. This is ViteFortBend.com.
Next Level Urgent Care supports Fort Bend County sports and supports you whenever you're hurting. Next Level is here for the community, open 7 days a week, 9 till 9, for you and your family at more than 30 Greater Houston locations, including Sugar Land, Sienna, Greatwood, Longmeadow, and 4 in Katy. From ow to wow, Next Level Urgent Care has you covered. And if you're short on time, Next Level has an app to get you in line right away. Just text NLUC APP to 313131 for Next Level Urgent Care.
Okay, folks, we got to tell you something that we don't want to tell you, but it's the truth, okay? There's another lightning delay.
I can't handle the truth.
I can't handle it. There you go. That's a good one. $4. I can't even think straight. 4 minutes and 51 seconds left in the game, and we're going to have to wait at least 30 minutes before we resume this football game. Ridgepoint is down by 9, and here's what I'm going to do, Kovo. I'm going to play an interview that I have stored in here. It is with my good friend Chuck Conrad. He's with the Radio and TV Museum of Kilgore, Texas. It's awesome. So you will hear me talking to him and saying it's halftime. It's not halftime. It's middle, well, a little bit past the middle of the fourth quarter. And you can listen to Chuck, and I promise you, if you go to that museum in Kilgore, you will not regret it. It's an awesome place to go. So we'll take a break and be back with Chuck Conrad, and we'll resume in 28 minutes, we hope.
Hello, I'm Gary Horn with Horn Solutions. We agree with energy analysts that the energy market has stabilized. We anticipate significant merger and acquisition activity. Good resources are scarce. Horn Solutions is positioned to assist you in accounting, finance, IT, and supply chain. Our staff can assist you with outsourcing, or we can supply you with resources to join your staff. Visit hornsolutions.net for details.
Gary Horn is a highly successful businessman who has made a huge impact in people's lives, and he loves what he does for a living. That's a big reason why Gary Horn and Horn Solutions support Get a Great Gig. Get a Great Gig is a free job search consultation service that will help you find a job you love, whether it's to make more money or get personal fulfillment in the career of your choice. Email them at getagreatgig@gmail.com or on Twitter at getgreatgigs.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Next Level Urgent Care halftime show, and hope you're going to have a great holiday season. And if you get to travel, there's a place you must visit if you're up in the North Texas, Northeast Texas area around Nacogdoches, Lufkin, Longview, Tyler. You've got to go to the Texas Broadcast Museum in Kilgore. I can't recommend it enough. And with us is Chuck Conrad. He is basically the guy who has made this beautiful dream come into reality. And first of all, Chuck, for those who have no idea what it might be like to be at the museum, describe it for us.
Well, it's a little bit of everything, and everybody's watched TV. They've listened to the radio. You've collected records. You've just experienced this. It's really your life, to be perfectly honest. I mean, that's everybody has experienced these things, and we have all the technology here. That's how it was done, and we can explain that to you. We have one of ESPN's original TV mobile units from 1979 when they first signed on the air for sports fans. We have one of probably the oldest restored TV mobile unit anywhere from Channel 8 in Dallas. It was used during the Kennedy assassination coverage. We have a camera that was there when Lee Harvey Oswald was shot live in the Dallas police headquarters by Jack Ruby. That was pretty exciting. Didn't even know that with its history. We have film equipment. We have radio equipment. We have a working radio studio. Have a working TV news set. You can go be the TV news guy, the anchor, or you can go do the weather. There's a lot to do here, and we even do events. We have various conventions and conferences and class reunions, all kinds of things like that. And it's really a fun place, and everybody has a really big time because they can relate to some of this stuff. I mean, whether it's an Edison phonograph or a reel-to-reel tape recorder or maybe an old hi-fi like you used to have back in the 60s or 70s, we have all kinds of stuff like that. We even have jukeboxes. You know, you don't even have to put a quarter in. Ours are free.
There's no doubt that it does appeal to everybody. There's something here for everyone, unless, of course, maybe they're Amish. Chuck Conrad is in charge of this Texas Broadcast Museum. And first of all, I want to ask you, did this kind of become one of these ideas that grew legs, and then you said, you know what, I could turn that into a business? Or did you set out at the very beginning to try and collect artifacts from all these years of radio and TV and its evolution?
Well, it's not a business, first of all. We're a 501c3 not-for-profit corporation.
Sorry about that.
You know, no, don't worry about it. But we're a public charity. But what happened was back in the 1970s and 80s and 90s, I was in the live sound business. I did sound for rock and roll shows, among other things, also for corporate clients like Southwest Airlines, American Airlines, Piper Aviation, Miller Beer, all kinds of people. I guess I'm plugging all your maybe sponsors or maybe not. But anyway, we also sold equipment. All the time people were bringing in old microphones, wanting to trade them in. This really started with microphones, which are small and light, and you know that's not a real big problem. I've always liked microphones for some reason. I guess I've had a love affair with them since I was a kid. But people would bring in these old mics and want to trade them in on a brand new Shure microphone or something, and to get them off the street, and so they wouldn't go drive 20 miles across town to our competitor, I'd give them $5 or something, and now I'm not even making lunch money on the thing, but it was what it was. And I put them in a box, and for a long time I kind of forgot about them, and we moved to a new building. We actually bought a building and set up in there, and I get all these boxes of microphones. I go, you know, some of these look pretty cool. They're kind of neat. Look at this. And that kind of, we made a big display of them, put a big wall behind our sales counter, and people started wanting to rent them for photo shoots and movies and all kinds of things. The JFK movie has some of my microphones in it. A lot of music videos back from the 80s and 90s have my microphones in it. They're mostly here now, but I still have a few back at the radio station. But that's kind of how it started. And then somebody one day said, oh, would you go to the big sale at the Radio TV Museum in Dallas? And I went, what are you talking about, sale? I said, oh, well, they got in financial trouble and the landlord repoed everything and had a big sale last Saturday and stuff went dirt cheap. And I went, oh no, that's horrible, because there was a pretty cool little museum in Dallas. So I went over there at lunchtime and I ended up buying 3 TV cameras. One I actually operated when I was a student at SMU. One that I just liked, and another one that came from KRLD in Dallas, and I'd worked at KRLD when I was in college. I spent 2 semesters in the news department there. Didn't think too much of it, but all of a sudden people started bringing me TV cameras. Actually, none of these came with tripods or dollies or anything to put them on, so I started looking for tripods or dollies or whatever, something to mount them on. And of course, when I found them, they had a TV camera attached to them, so you had to buy the whole thing. So one thing kind of led to another. And I just kind of been squirreling this stuff away in my business in Dallas. We had a pretty good-sized building. It was about 13,000 square feet, and it had an attic in part of it, so I dumped all the stuff up in the attic and kind of forgot about it. And someone along the line came in and said, we'd like to buy your business. And I went, well, I don't have an exit plan, so sure, why not? If you got money? And they said, yeah, we have money. So we ended up making a deal. I ended up working for them for a year, and they said, now you're going to have to get all this junk out of here because we don't want it. It's going in the dumpster if you don't get it out of here. So I made many trips to East Texas with a trailer full of this stuff. And that's kind of how it started. And then one day I woke up and went, what am I going to do with this stuff if I get hit by a bus? What kind of garage sale is my wife going to have in Chalk Hill, Texas, where I live? So that's how come the museum kind of started.
Well, that's kind of like the Herschel Walker trade was the Cowboys, who won 3 Super Bowls in 4 years. It really changed everything, and you thought, hey, we really are onto something that people will want to come and see. We're talking with Chuck Conrad. He's with the Texas Broadcast Museum, 416 East Main Street in Kilgore. You can look at their website, texasbroadcastmuseum.com. We'll take a break and visit just a little bit more with him at this, talk about this wonderful place that I promise you, if you visit the Texas Broadcast Museum, you will be fascinated and you will want to come back. You'll tell your friends. We'll be right back on the Next Level Urgent Care Halftime Show.
Okay, everybody, you just heard that first segment of an interview with Chuck Conrad, and it said it's halftime. It's not halftime. That was a pre-recorded interview, and so we're waiting out a lightning delay, and unfortunately, while Chuck was talking, there was another lightning strike. So we thought that we would be resuming 30 minutes after we started that interview, but it may be a little bit longer than that. We'll step aside and play the second segment because, you know, since you're just kind of sitting there listening, waiting for the game to resume, I can't recommend the Radio and TV Broadcast Museum in Kilgore highly enough. We'll be back. This is not the Next Level Urgent Care Halftime Show. It's the Next Level Urgent Care Lightning Delay Show. We'll be back.
Next Level Urgent Care supports Fort Bend County sports and supports you whenever you're hurting. Next Level is here for the community, open 7 days a week, 9 till 9, for you and your family at more than 30 Greater Houston locations, including Sugar Land, Sienna, Greatwood, Longmeadow, and 4 in Katy. From ow to wow, Next Level Urgent Care has you covered. And if you're short on time, Next Level has an app to get you in line right away. Just text NLUC APP to 313131 for Next Level Urgent Care.
We are back continuing our halftime visit with Chuck Conrad of the Texas Broadcast Museum. Hope you're enjoying our playoff presentation today. But I can promise you that if you go to the Texas Broadcast Museum, you literally can be there all day. It's not a huge facility. It's not like it's as big as the George R. Brown Convention Center, but there's this never-ending string of artifacts, television equipment, radio equipment. It's truly, truly amazing. And Chuck, I guess I want to ask you, the youngest of the people who watch high-definition TV, do they ever walk in and cringe when they see the images on screens from long ago and what it once looked like?
Well, I had some kid ask me, was the whole world black and white back then? And I go, no, but TV certainly was, and they don't know. Actually, the way a lot of this got started was I own a couple of radio stations in the area, and some kids from Kilgore came out to visit the station one day. They were little Cub Scouts, probably 7, 8 years old. And when you first come in, there's some microphones up on the wall and some old radios and a crank-up phonograph with a big red Morning Glory horn on it. We have one here. You can come experience the same thing. And I started cranking the thing. And this little red-haired kid says, now, why are you cranking that? And I said, well, it was made in 1905, and back in 1905, most people didn't have electricity. He goes, no. Of course they had electricity. Everybody's got electricity. I go, no, not even today. Everybody has electricity. In our country, yes, they do, but not everywhere. And his eyes were like moon pies or something. And I said, no. In 1905, things were a lot different back then. Very few people had indoor plumbing. I mean, that was a real luxury. Hardly anybody had a car. Telephones were practically unheard of. A few people had them, but only rich people. And the kid goes, now, wait a minute. If they didn't have phones, how'd they get on the internet? He was serious. I am not usually at a loss for words, but that one actually stumped me for a minute. And then I realized that these kids really do need to know this. So they come in here and they can learn about Morse code. They can see an Edison phonograph that actually works. They can listen to it, and experience how horrible it sounds. Makes their MP3 sound really good. And they can watch early TVs and have to wait for it to warm up instead of boot up. They've never seen a phone booth. It's a lot of fun to ask them to use a telephone dial. They don't know what people are sticking their fingers in the holes, like they're pushing buttons. So it's a whole different world, but the kids really need to know, and it's been a really great experience for doing that.
I'm at a similar loss for words when kids can't tell you where the electricity comes from other than that it comes from a plug in the wall. They don't realize that something has to burn to produce that, but that's a whole nother discussion. One thing that really amazed me the first time I visited your museum is when you explained just how difficult it was to televise an event, especially a football game, because the camera equipment, I'm going to exaggerate here, but maybe you'd have a camera that weighed a couple of tons and you somehow had to mount it inside the bleachers at a stadium where it wasn't really engineered to accommodate a broadcast. Can you just give maybe 1 minute on how it's different when they televise a game now, as far as how big and heavy the equipment is, as opposed to not that long ago, 40, 50 years ago?
Well, the early color cameras, the first ones that came out that people used into the 1970s, I mean, I've got pictures of them at Texas Tech hauling these things into the bleachers and stuff. They weighed 345 pounds, and then you still had to have a tripod and a dolly and whatever, and cables. Giant cables. I mean, these cables were 1.5 inches in diameter, and the early ones had 3 cables that came out of it. You're dragging hundreds and hundreds of feet of this stuff into the stadium and then plugging it into the truck that's parked outside that, oh, by the way, didn't have air conditioning. That was really special, too. And everybody had to wear a coat and tie while they're doing this, too. That was just the way it was back in the 1950s, 1960s. It was huge work to do. Now you go into a stadium, and I think the Super Bowl had 124 cameras. Our original ESPN truck had 4. They upped it to 6 and thought, wow, this is something.
And in some places, didn't they have to build a pedestal or a deck or maybe bring in some scaffolding just to have a place to put the camera?
Yeah, they certainly did. You couldn't put this on the little tiny narrow place where your bleachers are. It's just not big enough. I mean, these things are gigantic. So you'd have to put scaffolding in and make your own decking. And I remember used to see them, they'd mount one in a golf cart and move back and forth up and down the sideline at a football game. And there was some poor guy that had to drag this incredibly heavy cable, from quick, we're going to the 20-yard line now for the first down, and they had to go drag this thing down there. It was some serious work. The guys that did that were real athletes, really. And then even later in the 70s, when they started coming out with handheld cameras, they were 35, 40 pounds. And can you imagine having that on your shoulder for 4 hours for a football game?
No.
It's pretty exciting. And then a line blocker comes in and slams right into you, and you fall over on your back with this thing. And you get seriously hurt doing this. Now there's little cameras in the pylons that are there at the goal line. There's 4 of them in each one of those, and they're all wireless. And it's a whole different world today, totally different.
We could talk with Chuck Conrad all day. You can come to the museum in Kilgore at 416 East Main Street, and you can spend all day. You'll love it. And I mistakenly called it a business earlier. It's a 501c3. So do make a generous donation. It's certainly worth it. I know that libraries want your money and all kinds of places that kind of help preserve our story in different businesses, but this is just amazing. Thank you, Chuck, for being with us. Folks, make a donation when you come here. It's something that you really need to do, but it's worth its weight in gold or pennies or whatever you pay. Thank you, Chuck.
You're welcome. Come see us.
All right. Soon as football season is over, I think I will. But we want our playoff teams to go on and on and on. We'll be back on ViteFortBend.com. All right. So we just finished that second segment of the interview with Chuck Conrad. And we said it's a halftime interview. It's not. It's now become a pre-recorded
lightning delay interview. It is 33-24 at Atascocita, leading Ridgepoint with 4:51 to go in the game. And we're just sitting here doing nothing, watching it rain and hoping we'll stop getting the lightning. We'll take a very quick break. And then Kovo is going to talk with Tony Blaylock. And Tony is with TXHSFB.net, as in Texas high school football. You don't know Tony, you should. And you're going to when we return on VipeFortBend.com. And I'll go try to find a coffee pot.
Archer Volkswagen showroom is open, and our team's excited to help you. Visit our sales department Monday through Saturday from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Or bring your car in for service from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. We're closed on Sundays to rest and recharge with our families, so we can serve you well through the week. We hope to see you soon.
All right, welcome back. As you know, we're in a long weather delay, and we're actually got a really, the hard-hitting journalism that Vipe Fort Bend is known for. We're going to continue that here. We have another special guest interview, Tony Blaylock. This is a guy that I've met just from being in press boxes at various games, and we just struck up a conversation one day, and I got to know him a little bit, and I've just been really intrigued by your story, Tony. And for people that don't know, what I need you to do right now is stop, get on your phone, go to Twitter, and type in at TXHSFB. That's his Twitter handle. He basically runs, well, I'll let Tony tell the story, but just, first of all, just tell the fans what you do in relation to Texas high school football.
Well, we travel, my son and I, Anthony, travel around really from Austin to the Louisiana border and from the Gulf Coast up to Madisonville area. We attend, cover high school football games at all levels. Tonight we're at a big 6A matchup. Tomorrow we're going to go to Hutto for another big 6A matchup, but then we're going to wrap up the day with 6-man football homeschool teams in their state semifinals.
And your origin story, as far as how you got into this, I did not know this, and you just told me about it during the break. Tell this story of how you became this high school football obsessed journalist.
So, of course, I played high school football back in dinosaur days.
Where at? I'm curious.
Vidor High School.
Vidor, okay.
It's Vidor High School. But I haven't been to a game since I graduated high school. And my son attended Cinco Ranch High School.
Yeah, very good football.
And he'd been pestering me for a while that, this team's pretty good. We need to go to a game. He finally got me to go out to a game, and it was 2008 Cinco Ranch versus Katy. The one and only year that Cinco Ranch beat Katy, and they beat them in overtime.
Yes. Legendary game.
And we went to some of their playoff games, and then
But that was your first game. The first game you ever saw as like a fan was Cinco Ranch beating Katy for the only time in history in overtime.
Yes.
Wow. So at that point, you were hooked.
We went to a few more games. Yeah. Then we went to some more games the next year. We worked up our way to being season ticket holders and going to the games. And then the moment that kind of changed things was actually a Cinco Ranch loss.
Okay.
And we were accustomed to Cinco Ranch making decent, deep playoff runs, and we'd follow them through that. And then there was a year where Houston Bel Air beat them in the first round of the playoffs.
Oh, wow.
And just a crazy 66-62 kind of game.
Wow.
It was just, and we're driving home, and we looked and said, what are we going to do now? And I said, whatever we want to.
Yeah.
Let's find out what games are going on.
I love it.
And we just, it was a little harder then than it is now to figure out what games are going on and where they're being held and all that. But we did, and then just, my career background is I've been in the engineering side of sports television for 30 years. But on that engineering side, I'm the sports guy.
Yeah.
When I wrapped up my career working there, I was in charge of the bottom line ticker.
Mm-hmm.
So the score is going across the bottom. I have a graphical eye to things, and so I started doing these scoreboards just to put out the final scores of the KDISD games.
Okay.
And then, it's just a real simple graphic, but with the team colors and the team logos on it. And Then I expanded that to doing Region 3, and then I expanded that to doing statewide in the playoffs.
Yeah.
As the playoffs got deeper. And then, we just started going to more and more games. Now, we were doing this as fans. We weren't doing this as media. And then a friend of mine, Michael DeLeon, reached out to me. He was running a website called Texas Red Zone Report. And said, hey, do you want to, I can't pay you, but do you want to do this for me, help me out? I said, sure, we can do that. And we did that. We did that for several years and really got into it on the media side. I have the media background. I have the media eye for things, and we started doing it. And I've covered as many as 86 games in a year.
If I could whistle right now, I would whistle. But I'll just say, woo! That's a lot of games.
And over the past 5 years, 405 games, so average of 80 a year.
Lord.
This year is going to wind up being like 78 to 81, depending on the schedule in the next couple of weeks.
Tony, has Texas Monthly ever written like a little article about, because you know what, it's not just covering the Texas football, it's also like the story of a father and his son. And like I'm getting a little more sentimental now that I've become a dad here in the past 6 months. Like that ability, because I just love spending time with my son. I know you feel the same way. So that ability to just be a dad and drive all over the state and do what you love and watch high school football, like outside of what you do for writing up stories in the media, what's that like as a dad? I mean, what's the emotional part of that?
It's pretty incredible.
That's
actually.
awesome.
I don't know how much you know my son. He's high-functioning autistic.
Mm-hmm.
And if you meet him and you interact with him briefly, you don't get that. But if you interact with him for any longer period of time, you're going to detect that's there.
Sure.
And he's still. My wife and I are still raising him and another special needs child that are both adults.
Yeah.
I've worked with him on things, and he's become a really good sports photographer for high school football.
Follow him at Ant-Man Football, I believe is his handle.
Yes.
Ant-Man Football, Anthony, Ant-Man Football. And I love him as a resource. Like I walked up here tonight, and I said, hey, Anthony, man, catch me up on the games. And he started rattling off the scores. He had it all written on his paper. I mean, he is just an encyclopedia of knowledge. And so I think you're doing an amazing job. I love the work that you two do together.
When you're working with a special needs child like that, they're going to obsess over something.
Sure.
So
what better than high school football?
Direct where that obsession is going to be. And if you want to talk sports, it doesn't have to be high school football. If you want to talk sports, he's the one to talk to.
Yeah, no, and I mean, again, just talking about us here in the media doing a lot of what we do for free. H-Town Pick'em podcast. Obi works for free for me, and we always joke that we made the joke. Obi said we're a low-budget podcast. I said, hey, Obi, we're a no-budget podcast. All this marketing is just Coach Kovo sending tweets. It's not nothing special. And you started your career initially for several years doing that completely on your own dime. Now you've progressed to a different model and have gotten bigger and bigger. But I just think it says a lot about we give up our time, to do this because we love it.
Yeah. And there's life lessons there in just about everything. But you've got to be flexible. You've got to do the things you love to do. And if you can't do what you love to do, I don't see the point in it. And so just find something you love to do and do it. And one thing, staying flexible, like I told you, Michael was helping him out with some things, and then he had some serious health issues and actually passed away this February.
Yeah.
And just the way that all came down. Now, over time, I attracted people like me.
Yeah.
People that for various reasons were doing it because they enjoyed to do it, not necessarily getting paid to do it, and had pulled them in with Michael and the Texas Red Zone Report. Then when Michael passed away, we decided to do it as TXHSFB.net.
Yeah.
And so it's me, Derek Johnson, and a long-haul truck driver. Now, if you want to see somebody that's obsessed with football, he's on Twitter as Psychotic, SYKOTIK, Psychotic. He's a long-haul truck driver. He goes to 100-plus games every year. Now, it's across the whole country. when he plans what route, he's an independent driver. He plans what routes he's going to take to put him in a position to go to a football game on Fridays and Saturdays. And
we are entering a whole new realm of high school football Twitter that I didn't know existed. There are people that are. I thought I was crazy about high school football. I love that. So he's driving all over the country to watch high school. That is. Man, we might need to have one H-Town Pick'em someday. We could maybe expand into the Illinois state playoffs, But man, that is really cool, man. It's so cool this community here in high school.
That's where he's in North Dakota right now, I think.
Bismarck or something. Man, that is a really cool story. Couple just last things here as we're kind of tap dancing a little bit. The weather has started to subside, so I think we might be hopefully on our last delay here. We were always intrigued. Cinco Ranch, they've had a historic, not historic, but just a return to prominence this season. They put up 21 against North Shore this afternoon. There was that period when Coach Dudley first came, or maybe kind of towards the end of Coach Clayton's tenure, where there was a sudden decline for whatever reason. And Obie and I on our show, you weren't here on this episode, I had heard that during Harvey, a certain area of Cinco Ranch really flooded pretty heavily, and a lot of the families were forced to actually leave. And obviously, you're a Cinco Ranch resident, with your son being a graduate of Cinco Ranch. So, is that accurate? Is that why Cinco Ranch dropped off for a couple of years?
When my youngest son graduated, we moved to Tomball.
Oh, okay.
And actually, the house we moved out of in Cinco Ranch was flooded.
Oh, wow. Good move. Smart
move. So, yeah, I mean, it did hit. I mean, there were a lot of things. It wasn't just that. New schools opening. The area that when we first moved to Cinco Ranch was Cinco Ranch High School. Is now Cinco Ranch High School, Seven Lakes High School, Tompkins High School, and
Jordan
High School. So, constant talent drain out to the other schools, and you have to constantly rebuild that. And Cinco Ranch is kind of a unique community. It's not Katy. It's not in Katy. Mm-hmm. It's in unincorporated Harris and Fort Bend counties.
Yeah.
And it's a suburban, what I call transient community.
Okay.
So use the house that I bought. I bought it from people who had just had their youngest kid graduate from high school, and now we're going to move somewhere else. Yeah. I bought it. I put my kids through Cinco Ranch High School, and I sold it to another couple who had kids in elementary that were going to do the same
Cycle
thing.
Continues. Circle of life.
You don't see a lot of grandparents and long-term families in a community.
Yeah, it's kind of maybe not like Spring Branch. Spring Branch seems like a community where people do stay for extended period of time after their kids have left.
And Old Town Katy's that way. I mean, generation after generations, and that's just not Cinco Ranch. So you don't build up that fan base, that tradition. You have to recreate that tradition every 4 or 6 years.
On the flip side then, Tony, let me ask you this, because our Clements Rangers took on the Katy Tigers. That might have been a game Roger broadcast. I'm not sure if that was one of the ones he had, but, we've seen Katy many a times here in 26A. We often face them in the first round, so how have they sustained success? For all these new schools being built, like Peyto or whatever, how have they made it?
But they don't pull out of Katy.
Okay.
Those are new growth areas.
I
see. Peyto, some of those kids briefly went to Katy.
Yeah.
But that's a new area that opened up.
Okay.
That's the area that basically was opened up when they opened up 99.
Okay.
And so there's been a very limited number of students pulled out of Katy. But the other thing is that tradition.
Sure.
The tradition they have there, if you've got a kid that you think is athletic in junior high, and you're going to move somewhere, then you're going to look there. That's one of the consequences of tradition. It's nothing nefarious.
And Tony, I don't know if I told you this, but my wife and I, we have decided we're going to build out in Katy. So my son Bo, he's 6 months old, but someday, many, many years from now, he'll be a Katy Tiger. And we live close enough to the campus that I doubt we'll be sent anywhere else, no matter what happens. So I can understand, because I'm sports crazed, and it definitely impacted my decision as far as where we wanted to be, just to be a part of that. There's, if I wasn't at Katy, I'd also like to be at Seven Lakes, because Jimmy Hammond, he's one heck of a football coach. But those are my two favorites. But man, Tony, I've really enjoyed getting to know you. Hey, go ahead. Yeah.
So Chris Dudley, the current head coach there, I don't know if you know this, but he has been on the sidelines for every Cinco Ranch playoff game. as an assistant coach or as the head coach.
Okay.
And when you're talking about building tradition, he's the kind of guy you want.
Yeah.
He was there for the good. He went to Taylor High School when they were missing the playoffs. Then they hired him back as the head coach. Yeah. But he started off, and we were talking about doing it for free or whatever. I don't know how many people know what the rules are, but the only rule for being a coach is in the UILs, you have to be a full-time employee of the school district. Mm-hmm. Of course, most coaches get a stipend because it's extra. Mm-hmm. But people like Chris Dudley start their coaching careers by volunteering. He was a teacher at Cinco Ranch Junior High, and he volunteered with Coach Clayton to coach without receiving a stipend, worked his way up to getting the stipend, of being on the coaching staff.
I did not know that.
And has worked his way up to where he is.
And Coach Dudley is from Pennsylvania, I believe, or Ohio. I know he's not from Texas.
He's not from Texas.
And that's a common theme. I've met so many great coaches from the Midwest. Or, Coach Sniffen is a Waterloo, Iowa native. Coach Dober, the defensive coordinator at Seven Lakes, he's from Cleveland, Ohio. Like, I've just met so many stories like that of people that have come. And that's the cool thing about Houston, Texas, and Texas in general, but at least I know in Houston, Texas, we are where the country's best high school football coaches come. They want to be here. They want to play in big stadiums and coach in big stadiums like the Cy-Fair FCU Stadium. And I think that's really cool.
Yeah, so you get that teaching certificate, you start as a teacher, and you work your way up. And like I said, he's been there for the whole entire history of Cinco Ranch with the football team. Every playoff game he's been on the sidelines for. And that's the kind of guy you need to build the program back. He knows where it was. He knew what it took to get it there. And he's built it back from going 0-10 to third round playoff team.
Yeah, no, Coach Dudley's done a great job. And Tony, I know we're kind of getting towards the end of the break here. I think we'll have to go to another quick commercial break. But anything you want to share, before you sign off and get back to, I know you've got a lot of work to do here tonight still for the rest of this game.
Well, until we start playing again, not a lot more I can do. You know me well enough, though. I can talk about anything. Just get me talking, I'll talk. One of the reasons, I was telling someone earlier today, I'm so attracted to high school football. It's not just high school football. It's athletics in high school.
Yeah.
And the lessons that are taught. I did that when I was in high school.
Yeah.
And you learn lessons. Referee's going to make some bad calls. He's going to make some calls you don't agree with. Guess what? So is your boss.
Yeah.
So get used to it now. You're not going to agree with the decision made by every authority figure.
Yeah.
Pitching a fit about it's not the way to do it.
Right.
And you have to learn that. You have to be able to let some things go and fight the important battles. And I think participation in sports is a object lesson in that.
Tony Blaylock, thanks so much for joining us again. Follow him at TXHSFB on Twitter. Follow his son, Anthony, at Ant-Man Football. These guys are going to – we got a late night tonight. They're going to wake up early and drive to Hutto. So I know you guys got plans all weekend. But, Tony, thanks so much for being our special guest. We'll step away for another quick break, and we'll be back shortly here on Fight Fort Bend.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, not up the stairs. We tried that last time. Run around. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
Equitable Advisors financial professionals know the path to a fulfilling future begins with getting to know who you are and what matters to you most. They work with people as individuals. That's how they deliver on their mission, just like Nick Arevalo, CFP. Talk to your local Equitable Advisor financial professional at 281-712-8777 or visit nickarevalo.com. That's NICKAREVALO.com. Together, you and my friend Nick can plan a future that reflects all of who you are. Equitable Advisors, LLC, New York, New York, member FINRA SIPC, investment advisory through Equitable Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. CFP is a certification mark owned by the Certified Financial Planner Board of Standards, Incorporated. This mark is awarded to individuals who successfully complete the CFP Board's initial and ongoing certification requirements.
First Tire and Automotive heard you were starting your holiday shopping earlier this year, so the season of giving starts now. $20 off brake pad service. Since you will be traveling more, check out the back on the road fluid check specials and tire specials. Yes, First Tire and Automotive has those too. Your holiday savings start now. Check out the website firsttireandauto.com for details and to book your appointment today. First Tire and Automotive with 4 convenient locations in Sugar Land and Cinco Ranch. firsttireandauto.com.
All right, we're back here at FCU Stadium, the football palace of Cy-Fair ISD, where the Ridgepoint Panthers are in a holding pattern. They trail 33-24 to Atascocita with 4 minutes, 51 seconds to go. But we're in a lightning delay. James Kovaleski is here. Mike Obie has helped us to fill the time, and also Jason Blaylock. It is Jason, right?
That was Tony Blaylock.
Tony Blaylock, I'm sorry. I morphed him and Jason Whitlock together. But anyway, we're going to resume the football game. The question is when, and we have rain coming down, but rain is not really the issue, although it's a pain to play. You know, it's not conducive to playing your best football, but it's all about the lightning. So the teams are in the locker room.
The rain, to me, though, is kind of like a harbinger of bad things to come. Like, when there is rain, there may be lightning. Like, I feel like if the rain were to stop, I'd feel better about that we're going to get through this.
Yeah, and we were just, since we have to fill the time here, I was thinking about the time we were in here during the 2018 postseason, and the Marshall Buffs were playing Huntsville, and Marshall was down to its last play. They were near midfield. It was 4th and 13 or something like that. And they ran a reverse to Devon Achane, and he threw the ball about 25 yards down the field. I can't even remember the name of his teammate who caught the pass, but he leaped up, and this was a gotta-have-it thing. The Marshall Buffs' glorious season was going to come to a quick end in, I think, the third round. I think it was third round. Right. And we had to start the game at 8 p.m. because of a UIL rule and the game that Huntsville had to win the previous round to get to it. We had to start at 8 p.m. on a Thursday night, I believe it was.
I think so.
And they didn't play it on a Wednesday, did they? They wouldn't have done that. We'll have to. Yeah. I'm sure I wrote an article about it, but when the player for Marshall came down, 2 Huntsville Hornets, instead of trying to get him down, they tried to pull the football away. Well, he just grabbed the football and started running, and it was the Missouri City Miracle. And so Marshall went on to play Aledo in the state championship game, and it ended up being a pretty kind of a close finish, but, you know, that was 2 straight years they went to the finals and lost to Aledo. Fast forward to today, Marshall defeated Montgomery Lake Creek 55-18. They were very impressive. They'll play Port Neches Groves next week. And unless Ridgepoint comes back in this game, the Marshall Buffs are all we have at FightFortBend.com.
They're all we have, but they're all we need, too, because, like, you know, they are something very special. We've talked for a long time. I just rave all the time about James Williams. I shout out from every rooftop how good of a coach he is. And you talk about that miraculous trick play. Well, that was O.G. Fagan. And he was the former offensive coordinator. He's a guy that I always describe, and I'm going to get him on my podcast sometime soon, but he's a guy that we were rivals in a way because I was a defensive coordinator at Ridge Point. I competed directly against him as offensive coordinator at Marshall, but we were extremely friendly outside of that. So every time I'd see him out somewhere or in the press box, even after I was done coaching, we would always strike up conversations. And he's just someone that I genuinely admired, even though we were direct competitors. You know, and Tony Blaylock talked about just all the people in Texas high school football. And I got to follow this guy on Twitter that he's describing, this long-haul trucker that lives in North Dakota or whatever. But it's just, you meet a lot of interesting people. Roger, you would fall under that as an interesting high school football personality. You know, I think I would too. You know, but yeah, O.G. Fagan, man. The thing that I liked about O.G., his offense was very simple. But that's kind of like the Ridge Point defense. It's extremely simple, but it's all about how well can you coach those kids. And that's what OG did so well, is really he's teaching his players how to read numbers, right? So if you're loading up the box, they're going to run a quick screen out there. If you go out wide, they're going to run the ball inside. And it was so simple, but yet so well executed. And then where OG became the puppet master to make his presence felt was knowing when to unveil the perfect trick play. And I've seen him do it so many times. And there you go. You described one right there that wins the game. You know?
And they had to have it. They were down to this play or it's over. Oh, by the way, there's something else. Kind of a trivia question related to Marshall football.
Oh boy, here we go.
I'm going to name several schools, and you'll never get this, but what do they have in common?
Okay.
Manor, George Ranch, College Station, Aledo, Barbers Hill, Crosby. It's related to...
They've all played the Marshall Buffs in the playoffs.
They've all eliminated the Marshall Buffs from the playoffs over the last 11 seasons.
Okay.
But they are all now in a higher classification. Marshall is still Class 5A Division II.
That's correct.
And everybody else that I named is either in 6A, like George Ranch.
Yeah.
I think Manor might be in 6A now. And everybody else is either in 5A Division I or greater. There's one team that has eliminated the Buffs during that run that is now smaller, and that's the Port Lavaca Calhoun Sand Crabs. Beat them by district one year, and so they're now in 4A Division I.
Interesting.
But there's nobody left in the bracket of Class 5A Division II this year other than PNG that the Buffs have ever seen in the playoffs. It's going to be all new.
Okay.
So if they can beat PNG next week, which I expect them to, then they'll have 2 more games? Oh, wait,
yeah,
wait
2 more.
Let's see.
This will be the regional final. So that'd be their 4th win, and you got to win 6 to win it all.
Yeah, you got to win 6. So they've
so
already won
state semifinals
3.
after that, and then the state champ after that.
That one, and then 2 more. So I think they have a chance to do it, and I've heard a lot of good things about Argyle, but I just don't know that Argyle would be as good as Aledo was.
I don't know. I don't know about that because they're kind of they're in the Metroplex area, and I think they're fairly similar. Argyle, kind of like Aledo, and a lot of these towns like a Frisco, a smaller town that is now starting to feel that suburban expansion or expanding past the suburbs out into kind of more rural areas that are becoming suburbs. So I don't know. I couldn't tell you, but I did have a teammate from Argyle at Austin College, and I feel like it's kind of a similar town to Aledo, but I don't know that to be true.
Well, I hope they're not that good. God, I was tired of looking at Aledo.
Yeah,
they were just so good. You couldn't beat them. There was nothing wrong with the Marshall Buffs. Aledo was just too good. But what else was I thinking about? Last year, what a great story it was that South Oak Cliff out of Dallas won Class 5A Division II.
Yep.
Well, it should have been an even better story. If the Marshall Buffs hadn't just gotten overconfident against Barbers Hill once they were up by 2 touchdowns and they lose in the by-district round, they could have gone all the way to the final, and you would have had, suburban-urban team, Marshall Buffs, against Dallas South Oak Cliff, a school with a great tradition, but they underwent some just urban decay. You know, their school was neglected, their community was neglected, the water quality was bad. And Valley Sports Southwest has done an amazing documentary to kind of show how they basically rose from the ashes to win this championship. And it was so glorious. But to me, it should have been South Oak Cliff against the Marshall Buffs.
Right.
That would have been
That'd
great.
be cool.
Instead, they beat Liberty Hill. Liberty Hill was down today. I wonder if they came through. They were taking on Alamo Heights out of San Antonio. And I'm thinking the winner of that game will probably be the Region 4 5A D2 survivor that would play the Buffs in a state semifinal. I'm guessing. Have you ever seen the slot tee that Liberty Hill runs?
A little bit, just
it's
in the
crazy.
state. Yeah, I hate to say though, I don't know how effective it'll be against the Buffs.
Well,
I mean, I guess I like this. I feel like that they're going to defend that pretty well. You know,
I hope so. But you know what I'm thinking is if Alamo Heights held the lead, then Liberty Hill might not be there anyway.
Yeah. I don't know what way you attack Marshall's defense. I can't really think of a style of offense. I mean, their defense looked really, really good. I did their game against Huntsville. It's the one time I've seen Marshall this year, and it was not the same level of competition like we saw here a couple years ago between Marshall and Huntsville. So,
James Kovaleski and I are talking your ear off because we're waiting out a lightning delay. Ridge Point is trailing Atascocita 33-24. We have to say this every once in a while for people that jump on and wonder what's going on here. 4:51 to go in the game, and Ridge Point, it's a very tall order for them to come back. Got to score twice, and one of them has to be a touchdown. Don't know if they're going to do it, but we're going to stay here until they finish this thing because we love high school football.
That's right. I did not know that Tony Blaylock's origin story was just he was a fan and had fun going to his son's high school football games. And then the Bel Air Cardinals really are the origin of this. They send Cinco Ranch to an early exit, and it was kind of like, man, we thought we were going to have 2 or 3 more weeks of this. What do we do now, Dad?
Exactly.
You know? It's like, let's go to a different game.
You know, that's the thing. My dad, who passed away in 2016, we weren't against deer hunting. It just wasn't something that we did.
Right.
In November, if the team that we liked, which was the Conroe Tigers, I grew up worshiping them, if they dropped out of the playoffs, then we would find a game to go to. We would drive to Huntsville, or we would drive, you know, down to El Campo or something. We just find a game to go to, and that was those
Ladies
were the
and
days.
gentlemen, game officials have determined that it is now safe to return to the bleacher area and for the game to resume.
That's Mr. PA guy. Thank you, Mr.
Once
PA
again,
guy.
ladies and gentlemen, game officials have determined that it is now safe to return to the
we make it
bleacher
started a
area
little sooner than I
and
even
for the
expected.
game to resume.
5 minutes.
The teams are now re-entering the field. We will resume the game after a 5-minute warm-up period.
5 minutes. Okay, it's just like
once again, the teams are now re-entering the field, and we will resume the game after a 5-minute warm-up period.
All right, so I'm going to turn up our crowd mic there, and it kind of hears us in the background, and that's okay. But you know, they have here at the Berry Center, also known as FCU Stadium, they have an external microphone, but we've been hearing more raindrops falling in a puddle than anything else while we've waited this whole thing out. The rain continues to fall, but the lightning has subsided. It's been more than 30 minutes, so here we go. They're going to start the scoreboard clock. 5-minute warm-up. Ridge Point has come out to their sideline. Atascocita is now emerging from their locker room, and we'll be talking about this forever if Ridge Point figures out a way to win this game, Kobo. And by the way, we want to say hello to just acknowledge everyone. Mike Obie has been with us the whole time.
Yes.
And of course we had Tony Blaylock, and Rosie Vega is the silent partner. She's the producer extraordinaire inside the mothership at Vipoil headquarters. Merle Bertrand has worked with us today on the Marshall Buffs. playoff win over Montgomery Lake Creek. Patrick Kinnick did the play-by-play on that game. And have I left anyone out?
No, I think that pretty much covers it.
I guess we can say thank you to Raymond Zapata, the athletic director for Cy-Fair ISD. Great host. He's got a great staff. The only thing, well, and sometimes this happens on the week of Thanksgiving. There was no food in the press box. You know how we're whiners.
Well,
we like to have food in the free food.
And you never know from stadium to stadium. Like I was at Freedom Field this afternoon for Tide Haven and Wallace Brazos, 3A Division II playoff game, and I did get a barbecue sandwich. So I was fed lunch, but you kind of never know. A lot of it sometimes does depend on who the host is, like the host team, the home team kind of a lot of times will provide that meal, but getting a little hungry, but at my age now, getting older, metabolism slowing down, probably should not indulge in Whataburger when on the way home like I used to do when I was in my 20s. So.
Yeah, I really feel terrible now if I ever do that.
Yeah. That's the good thing about getting older and always being tired, or maybe it's part of having a 6-month-old. You're still kind of getting through that phase. Although he sleeps really well through the night, but you're kind of always tired. So if I'm hungry, who cares? I put my head in the pillow and fall right asleep.
By the way, I will never forget 2019 in the baseball playoffs. Ridge Point defeated Atascocita in a 2-game sweep of a playoff series where it was at Atascocita on a rainy night, although not as rainy as this one. But Ridge Point was down 7 runs on Atascocita's home field, and they came back to win it, including a hidden ball trick.
Oh!
Where they got a guy tagged out, leading off of second. They did the hidden ball thing. It was brilliant.
Have you seen the movie Little Big League?
I think I've seen bits and pieces. I'll try to make a point to see it.
Testing, 1, 2.
You would like it. It's about it's a kids movie, but really well done. Where like a youngster's grandfather is the owner of the Minnesota Twins. He passes away. He becomes the owner.
Yeah,
And
I
so-
remember that little kid. I remember his face.
Yeah, but anyway, they did one of those. I don't want to reveal. They did a trick play, kind of similar to your hidden ball trick there. That was pretty cool there at the Hubert H. Humphrey Metrodome.
The baggy dome. Because they cut, the one outfield wall was a hefty bag.
Yeah.
Basically. All right, so the teams are warming up, and the scoreboard clock says they have less than a minute and a half to resume the game. And Atascocita had the ball, didn't they?
Yes.
And Ridge Point's defense desperately needing to get a stop, get the football back. Austin Carlisle has thrown some great deep balls tonight. And he's got the speed at the receiver spot, but it's going to be tougher to pull off those plays when Atascocita knows you have to go with the deep ball. And by the way, there's the sound of our crowd mic. So they turned it off again.
There's a young man in the Atascocita student section who's removed his shirt and is swinging it over his head in the pouring rain, and some of the players were kind of giving him an ovation for his fandom.
Well, maybe the microphone is actually on, but nobody feels like making any noise just yet. All right, Atascocita has moved out to a 33-24 lead. The last touchdown that they had was a 46-yard scoring run by Zion Brown.
And we're ready to begin play. Recapping where we left off. The Eagles have the ball at the Panthers' 37-yard line. It is 3rd down and 8.
Wouldn't it be something if the first play was a pick six? Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, but Atascocita has to agree to throw it, which I don't think they're going to do.
But they do need to get 8 yards.
You can hear Ridge Point chanting.
Somebody's making it. Is this Ridge Point? I sure hope so. All right, here we go. 4 minutes, 51 seconds to go. 3rd and 8 at Atascocita. Probably 4 down territory at the Ridge Point 37. There goes a man in motion. They fake the jet sweep. And it is Blaylock, breaks a tackle near the line of scrimmage, squeezes out a 3-yard lead. And Ridge Point takes a timeout immediately. The first of their 3 timeouts in the second half.
Good job there by Kalu. Kalu got the penetration. He made the tackle, but he was able to get the penetration. And Taylor Davis.
Gain of 1 on the play to the 36-yard line.
By the way, I've been
Bring up
efforting,
4th down and 7.
in the
Timeout
TV
Ridge
and
Point
media
with
business,
4
you
minutes,
say you're
46 seconds
efforting
remaining in the game.
to get an interview with N.D. Kalu.
That would be awesome.
But, you know, I need to use, there's a guy named Mark Sherman. He's Mr. iHeart Radio Houston.
Okay.
He's kind of manages all of the iHeart stations. And if I ask for N.D. Kalu, I'll get him. If I ask for Sean Salisbury, I'm sure I would get him.
Get Clint Sterner. That's the one I like.
Oh, yeah, that guy's funny. That guy's hilarious.
But Kalu would be awesome as well.
So that was just a 1-yard pickup, and it's 4th down and 7.
Returning to action, the Eagles
has
have the ball
2
at the
timeouts
Panthers'
left,
36-yard
and Atascocita might
line.
as well go
down
for
and
it.
7.
They're in no man's land. Too far away for a field goal. It's raining anyway, and Zion Brown. This might be checkmate if they convert on 4th and 7. And every time Colo says man-to-man coverage, I get nervous.
It might be a big sack though. Rich Point's going to send the house, so we'll see.
Brown takes the snap, drops back, half roll to the right, throws, and the ball is up in the air. It's incomplete. J.J. Davis had his back to the football, and he really didn't know where it was. So that was kind of lucky for Rich Point's part. So with 4:40 left, only 11 seconds went off the clock there because it was 4:51 when we resumed this game. So Ridge Point stops him on 2 plays.
And with 4 minutes, 40 seconds remaining in the game,
here we go.
the Panthers take
With the
possession of the
sophomore
ball at their own
quarterback Austin
36-yard
Carlisle
line.
going out
1st and
there.
10.
Although I don't see him. Where is he? There he is.
Do you think Mamble could, or not Mamble, Atascocita could have entertained punting it there instead? Try to pin him?
Maybe so. Maybe so. Carlisle claps his hands together. Has time. Pump short. Now flushed
Whoa.
over to the right. Looking down the field. And throws it away.
Miscommunication there, Roger, because Carlisle was trying to set up a double move. He did the pump fake. I think he was expecting one of his receivers to do like a stop and go, but they both just stopped. And so that was a miscommunication there, because
That'll bring up
I think it would be a
second
great
down and
opportunity to run a stop and go, especially because your offensive line is giving you so much time. You have the time to protect for these double moves. So I think missed opportunity there for the Panthers.
Atascocita looked like they just replaced about half their defensive players. Second down and 10 at the 36. Carlisle drops back, gets rid of it off his back foot, and the pass is too high for Ashton Bethel. Roman
Carlisle's pass
incomplete near
intended for
midfield.
number 8.
It's
Ashton
3rd and
Bethel
10.
falls incomplete.
That was the first kind of really errant miss throw, I'd say, for Austin Carlisle tonight. I mean, he hung that one up way too much. I think he was starting to feel pressure,
third down
leaking
and 10.
through a little bit there, but just floated that one. Where Carlisle's really good is just the deep throws. He's extremely accurate there.
With Jolly in the backfield next to him. Fakes the handoff. Steps up in the pocket. Looking down the field over the middle. Incomplete. I think he was trying to get it to Brandon Thomas, or Nick Thomas rather, I'm sorry.
He took a big
Pass
hit, Roger.
intended
His
for
helmet
number
is
1, Nick
off.
Thomas.
The linemen are
Falls
calling for a roughing
incomplete.
the
We have an
quarterback.
official's timeout on the
There's
field
no
for an
flag on
injured
the play.
player.
Here comes Jeff Arsenault, head athletic trainer, longtime head athletic trainer. In fact, the only athletic trainer that Ridge Point High School has ever known. He's been there since 2010. He's an original Panther.
And it gets very quiet now as they work on Carlisle. He kind of raises his knees up, so that's a good sign. And you said his helmet came off on the impact of the pass rush?
Yep. I see 2 guys warming up there, number 11 and number 18. So 11 is Samson Wheeler, a junior quarterback, and 18 is Bryson George Jr., a senior quarterback.
Oh, man.
This is difficult, obviously, for all the Ridge Point Panther fans to see. I mean, he's getting up, so he's now sitting.
But it's 4th down and 10. So the only way that, and I don't think he's in any shape to run a play now, but even if he was, Ridge Point would have to burn a timeout to keep him on the field.
That's a tough
Ladies
call.
and gentlemen, a nice round of applause for the injured Panthers player, number 19, Austin
I would not call the timeout. I think he needs to be evaluated by Coach Arsenault, and I just... You have one of the athletic trainers holding his helmet, so that's a sign that he may not return, that the trainer has his helmet.
He's walking very slowly to the sideline, and
Result of the play
Samson Wheeler is the guy that comes in. In fact, he probably got most of the reps until, the in-game audition was that Carlisle kind of won the job.
What a situation to walk into. It's
Really?
4th and 10, your first play of the game.
And you gotta have it. Wheeler drops back, throws off his back foot, and he throws a pick. This is going to be a long return. Marquel Dorsey Abram, and he gets it down to the 15-yard line. And that may be the end of the Ridge Point Panthers' hopes with 4:11 to go. We've only burned off 40 seconds of clock time on 5 plays. You realize that?
No, yeah, that is pretty...
Two Atascocita plays. Well, 6 plays, actually.
Eagles take
Atascocita ran 2 plays, Ridge Point ran 4.
1st and 10.
Yeah, just right there, Wheeler just got put in a really unadmirable position, and that was pretty well covered there. So a bit of force on that play, but it's 4th down anyway. So I mean, if you don't force it in there, you're going to turn it over anyhow. So
the line of scrimmage is the 19. Brown quarterback draw up the middle, following his blockers, loose at the 10 and goes down, protecting the football. It's going to be 1st and goal at the 9. Do you think he went down on purpose there, or just maybe stumbled on the wet turf?
I think he just stumbled on the wet turf. But what I really like is how he waited and gave time for his big left tackle, number 70, Connor Sullivan, to have time to come around in that quarterback counterplay.
Well, with the point spread being 9, a touchdown with a missed extra point makes it a 15-point game, and it's a 2-score game. There goes Blaylock. Cortez Nichols grabs him and limits him to a 2-yard gain. Clock is at 3:20. Ridge Point has 2 timeouts, but not using one of them yet.
A gain of 2 to the 7-yard line. 2nd down and goal.
Here in this situation, you're selling out. You're playing cover 0 every single play. I mean, I would still tell my guys on the interior, don't blitz up the field for the guys on the inside. You need to make a wall at the line of scrimmage. The guys off the edge can blitz up the field, but not on the inside.
We're under 3 minutes to go. Atascocita, Brown takes the snap, hands it off to Blaylock, running left, look out, I think he's going to get in. It's a touchdown.
Touchdown, Eagles.
It is now 39-24. They up the ante to a 15-point lead.
For an Eagles touchdown.
And if they kick the extra point, then the best that Ridge Point could do would be score 2 touchdowns, 2-pointer both times, and send this game into overtime. So Atascocita has a pretty firm grip on victory in this game, and Ibrahim is out to try the extra point out of the hold of T.C. Lee. .240 remains after that touchdown. There is the extra point kick. It's up and it's good. It's 40-24. We'll be back in Ridge Point's last stand, baby, coming up.
40 seconds.
Archer Volkswagen showroom is open, and our team's excited to help you. Visit our sales department Monday through Saturday from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Or bring your car in for service from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. We're closed on Sundays to rest and recharge with our families, so we can serve you well through the week. We hope to see you soon.
Cushing. Back deep to receive number
Parker
3.
Cushing
Mason
will
Johnson,
kick.
Number 20, Wesley Drummer, and
Yeah,
21,
Roger,
Quincy
the
Drummer.
key block there was the left tackle, number 70, Connor Sullivan, the senior. And as you know, Obi and I were talking in the break, we're kind of lamenting that the outside backer there for Ridge Point just lost the edge, and you can't do that when you're playing man coverage.
Mason Dossett will watch it go into the end zone. He was trying to pick it up, but he kind of skittered away from him.
And the kickoff goes into the end zone for a touchback.
And we'll see who comes out at quarterback for the Panthers.
It's still, it's still mathematically, Roger, it's still just a 2-score game.
Yeah. Score, get a 2-pointer. Onside kick.
Carlisle's back.
All right, Carlisle is back out there.
Their own 25-yard line, 1st and 10.
And as Julian Edelman would say, it's going to be a hell of a story if somehow Carlisle performs heroics to get 2 Panther touchdowns in the final 2 minutes, 40 seconds.
You're going to see the backpedaling out of the DBs.
Throws it down the far sideline, and it's going to go out of bounds, intended for Ashton Bethel Roman. Excellent coverage there. Braylon Conley was right with him. And that was way down the field, about 30 yards.
Outside, too. I don't know if that was an errant throw or if Carlisle didn't like what he saw in terms of the coverage there and just sailed it purposely out of bounds, but well out of bounds there.
I wonder if they have the Boise State play. You know, the 2 crossing post patterns and the lateral back. Gabriel Bro in motion. Carlisle drops back. Flush to the right. Looking down the field. Throws, and it's out of bounds. He was being dragged down from behind as he let it go. As Keyshawn Parker was putting on the pressure. It's
Pressure coming from the Eagles' number 21, Keyshawn Parker.
You know, it's starting to look.
Results of the play will bring up 3rd and 10.
3rd and 10, but you know, if the Richmond is unable to pull off the comeback, I've just been so impressed at some of the explosive plays that they pulled off tonight.
Dropping back is Carlisle on 3rd and 10, throws sideline, looking for Ashton Bethel Roman, and it's broken up perfectly. Braylon Conley, and 4th and 10, and surely this is it. If Ridge Point doesn't convert,
for the Eagles was number 4, Braylon Conley.
they can say goodbye to their 2022
Result of the play will bring up
championship
4th down
hopes.
and 10.
They still have the 2 timeouts, so I mean, I guess not technically, but this will pretty much be just about all she wrote. It would take Atascocita fumbling it, on 1st down.
All right, 2 receivers to either side. Carlisle drops back, rolls to his left this time, and throws it late, throws it out of bounds, and that'll do it. Atascocita's defense has held.
And is incomplete, and the Panthers turn the ball over on downs.
I'm kind of surprised that he didn't just maybe spin away and just heave it down into a crowd and pray for something miraculous.
Yeah, I would have, but at the same time, he just was in a real tough spot there. But yeah, the right play would be to still give yourself a chance on 4th down.
And with 2 minutes, 11 seconds remaining in the game, the Eagles take over at the
Oh yeah, he's been amazing tonight.
1st and 10.
Just a sophomore, and looking forward to seeing what he does on the football and baseball field for the Panthers. And unfortunately, if Atascocita scores, it's going to make it look like this was not a close game, when it really was very close. There goes Blaylock, trying to break away from defenders on the right side. KJ Riley grabs him and pulls him down. It's just a gain of 1. Ridge Point does not look like they're interested in stopping the clock, even though they have the 2 timeouts.
They might do it after this play. I can't imagine Coach
Gain of 1 to the 24-yard line. 2nd down and 9.
I think he's going to keep fighting all the way down to the bitter ends. Maybe he's deciding I'm going to not call it on the first one, but I think you'll see a quick timeout here after this one.
Atascocita's taking pretty good care of the football tonight. Play clock is down to 8. Now they finally snap it with 1:23. Blaylock bounces outside. He's going to score.
Touchdown, Eagles. Number 6,
Tory Blaylock takes it
into the
in.
end zone for an Eagles touchdown.
By the way, great sportsmanship here as Zion Brown picks up James Eaglin, who is just lying on his back in dejection. He's not physically hurt. He's just heartbroken. James Eaglin, what a great player he's been for these Panthers, and the 6'5", 294-pound senior will move on to the next level of football.
Man, if they hit this 47-24, you're right. It's very, that score line does not indicate what this game was. Atascocita definitely, you know, they were the better team tonight, but I think Ridgepoint surprised a lot of people. And short. Next point.
I think Ryan Ramey blocked it. So Ibrahim's extra point kick is no good. That's the second one he's missed, but the first one was not a block. It was just a snap hook. So 46-24, 1:15 to go, and it's just a matter of playing out the final seconds for these Ridgepoint Panthers. You know, sometimes, James, when you're watching a game, they will roll credits before the game's over.
Yeah.
I kind of hate when they do that, but I know why they have to do it. So I'm going to roll the verbal credits.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank Mr. Obi-Wan Kenobi. And also Tony Blaylock and Rosie Vega. Les Clary even helped out. Merle Bertrand as well. And so we are down to our last football team, the Marshall Buffs. They'll play PNG next week. Here's the kickoff by Cushing. Mason Dossett from the 4-yard line up the right hash marks. And he's tackled securely as he gets to the 22-yard line by number 26, Chase Willis.
On the return. He's tripped up by the Eagles, number 26.
Well, the clock operator maybe wants to get out of play earlier. He let it 2 seconds run off.
Yeah, well,
little things like that.
Nobody's going to complain.
Right.
Panthers take over from their own 22.
I think my wife's going to complain that I should have been home today. But I don't know. This is my thing, you know?
Yeah.
I don't have any other obsessions. It's just high school sports. Carlisle back out there again. I think the Atascocita kids are making a lot of noise. Carlisle steps up toward the line of scrimmage, and he runs away from trouble. Still running, gets across the 35 to the 36.
19, Austin Carlisle on the keeper. He
goes out of bounds. I know I sound like a broken record, but he's been so impressive tonight. And, you know, really for Ridgepoint, yeah, they lose some really high-profile seniors, but there are quite a few coming back as well. So, I mean, the cupboard is definitely not going to be there for Coach LeFavors and his staff next season.
First and 10 from the 37. Yeah, Dossett's coming back. And there's a pass intended for Derek James.
Derek James falls
and
incomplete.
It hits him in the feet. 51 seconds to go.
Second down and 10.
Yeah, you lose guys like Taylor Davis, though. I mean, he's kind of a, I don't know if generational is the right word, but I mean, it's close. I mean, he was a program leader, you know, for several years here. You know, I was a big fan of Peyton Doucette. He's also a senior. Kalu. Yeah, so they're losing quite a few good ones for sure, but a lot of good skill kids coming back as well.
Carlisle gets it out of his hand. Dossett gets out of bounds.
Carlisle's
but it's a minimal gain, maybe just 1 yard, and it'll be 3rd and 9.
Ethan Ramos got a big pancake there, and you know, Obi's experienced this for these seniors. You know, some of them, whether you're going on to play college or not, this is the last time you're going to put on the purple and white of the Ridgepoint High School Panthers. So I think that's probably setting in along that sideline, you know, for them a little bit. There's only 45 seconds left on the clock.
3rd down and 9. Carlisle fires deep over the middle, looking for Derek James. It's picked off. Deion Campbell has it, and he's upended at the 35-yard line as Ezel Jolly making that tackle. Makes the final play of his wonderful high school career.
I wonder if Ezel Jolly is going to continue his career because, I mean, he doesn't have to play on the offensive side of the ball. He made the tackle in the pick six. That was really nice. Tackle. So
First and 10.
That's another guy you're definitely going to miss.
32 seconds remain. I'm sure Atascocita will go into victory formation.
Yeah, and they are. Well, so, Atascocita, North Shore, 21-6A read. And you're seeing this quite a bit. Marshall taking on their district opponent in PNG. North Shore and Atascocita meeting again here in the regional final. And that's just, to me, it's so impressive to have two schools out of the same athletic district.
Brown kneels, and that'll be the last thing he'll have to do. And he's doing a little square dance move.
Yeah, a little Irish jig there.
Yeah, actually, it was T.C. Lee and Claude Slaughter doing that square dance.
With the do-si-do.
The clock unravels. Congratulations, Atascocita. You earned it. 46-24 will be our final score. Ridge Point Panthers finish the 2022 season 10-3, and the next time we see them at a football game, they'll be taking on the Westlake Chaparrals at Hall Stadium, unless it gets moved to TDECU or something.
We congratulate Ridge Point on a very successful
All right, well,
season
for
and a great
James
effort tonight.
Kovalevsky, Mike
Having
Obi,
advanced to the region semifinal playoff is an outstanding achievement,
Tony
for which you should be
Blaylock.
extremely proud.
and Merle Bertrand, as well as Les Clary and the lovely and talented Rosie Vega, the Yellow Rose of Texas, Rosie Vega.
We wish the Eagles
good night,
luck
everybody.
as they
Happy
face
Thanksgiving.
North
We'll
Shore
talk to you next
in the
week when the
Region
Marshall
3
Buffs
final playoff
take on
game.
Port Neches Groves.
As you exit the stadium, please remember
Good night,
that all
everybody, and
participants
God bless.
involved in
And
tonight's
say
contest
hello to
gave
Little
their very
Bo.
best
Do
effort.
not sleep
Please help
through
show
the
your
kickoff
support for
of
these
Ohio
five
State
student
versus
athletes.
Michigan
I think
because
that's
you were
what
That's where my attention is turned to
On
now.
behalf
Okay.
of both
This game's over.
schools and
Good
the
night,
Cypress
everybody.
Bank
Thank you,
Science
Rosie.
Team,
Bye-bye.
We thank you for attending tonight's game. Please drop